I won't bless that guy, that son of a
that son of a that poor son, that poor son, that
son of a bitch.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Pro Crastinators podcast. It's Ben Saint. It's Give and Take, and we've got a robot guest today.
Excuse me.
You got
Reploid?
oh god, I fucked it up.
You did an entire video
robot?
on this, man. Come on.
I fucked it up, and then I also swore in the first 5 seconds of the video, so the channel's going down. This is Twitch from Reploid Revo, the Megaman YouTube channel. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Thanks for you reached out on Twitter to say you'd like to maybe talk about Mega Man or something sometime. Yeah, I did. You know, this week famously this week I put out the Twitch. You got to understand, for the past like 6 weeks or more on this show, every episode I've been saying like, I think the video is going to be out this week. Like, this is definitely the week that it's done, and I'm putting it out. So it's finally happened. That's the context.
You know what? I'm guilty of that sort of thing too. Highly anticipated video on my channel is Time Skimmer episode 6, where I finally begin talking about stuff that happens after Mega Man X4. And famously, I was like, yeah, it's going to be coming really soon. And then it never came, and the reason why is because I wanted to get a set of animatics made for it depicting the battle between X and Zero.
Yes.
And I even got it voice acted. I got Lucas Gilbertson, the voice actor for Zero, to come and record lines. Like, it was a whole big to do. But then it became an entire animation. And the person working on the animation, like I mean, granted, it takes a very, very long time. So I think it just kept getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back. And now the animation has been abandoned. And so I waited several years for this, and now there's no animation. So I'm gonna go ahead and go forward with just releasing the episode.
You gotta scale it back, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. But you know what? It does mean that blockage is not there anymore, and I can finally continue with the rest of the timeline. I can only do so many who exactlys and what exactlys in a row.
Well,
Mega Man.
Mega Man. Gib, how many Mega Mans did you play? Like, you said you played the first one.
I played a bit of the first one on the Wii Virtual Store, and it was hard. I couldn't get past anything. I think I beat Cutman once.
That's par for the course for Mega Man 1.
you just gotta get the magnet beam.
What could that just possibly be?
You just gotta. Is it not it's a magnet that's also a beam.
Yeah.
What more do you?
Come on.
There's one tool in Mega Man 1, and it's the magnet beam, and it just lets you like place platforms wherever you want, basically.
Okay.
So it's a big help, but it's a little. I think it's in Crash Man's level. No, it's in Magnet Man. I don't remember where it is.
Crash Man is 2 and Magnet Man is 3, so those are definitely not correct.
Wait a
there's
minute.
Guts Man, there's
What the hell? What the hell am I talking about? Yeah, you're right.
I think it's in Elect Man stage. I could be wrong. Or I don't know. Yeah. I don't know where it is, but the bottom line is it does make platforms, but it's also very janky.
It's pretty janky.
The way that it works is that it creates a platform for as long as in like across the screen as you're holding the button down. So the longer you hold the button down, the longer the platform is. But as soon as you let go of that button, a timer is ticking down that you can't see. It only lasts for like 2, maybe 4 seconds tops, and then it just vanishes. And if you're standing on it when it vanishes, you unceremoniously plummet like a cinder block to the bottom of the screen and die.
Yeah. If you can shoot one out and then jump on it, and then you shoot another one out quickly, and then you jump on that, and you shoot another one out quickly, and then jump on that. And if you do it quickly, you can cross pretty much any gap.
See, I vaguely remember, maybe I did find that, and I used all of the like energy points or whatever they're called, the PP for that thing.
You gotta
and I
conserve
ran
your
out.
energy points.
Is that what they're called?
I think they're called weapon energy. Is the generally agreed upon term. Is like the secondary meter for your the things that are not your health.
If you're reading one of the manuals, it's called a belt buckle for some reason.
What the magnet beam is?
No, just the weapon energy.
What?
Because they look like little buckles.
No, they don't.
I don't know.
The drops. The drops kind of do.
Drops, yeah, they look like little lemons, or like a big lemon sometimes.
I don't know if I have the picture anymore, but I don't know if it's in the English manual or if this is on like a Blockbuster pamphlet for renting the game. But they absolutely were trying to describe the game, and a lot of it doesn't make sense. Like, it says something like "press down to crouch," and I'm like, you absolutely cannot crouch in any Mega Man game until like the year 2000 and X5. So that's a lie.
I read some of the translated guides, like the Japanese guides, and some of them are very different. Some of them are very funnily different. Like, the English ones are just bad. They don't explain the game properly. They call the city Monsteropolis for some reason. Calls the robot masters robotic humanoids or something, or no, robot-like humanoids. It calls them.
Yeah, I know. There's a handful of really weird English. Well, it's funny because in Japan, Dr. Light's robots, the robot masters, are not actually called robot masters. I think they are just called like humanoid robots or something to that effect.
No, in the first one, I know they don't call them humanoid robots, which would be correct. They call them robot-like humanoids, which doesn't make any sense. And it's really funny.
And then in a lot of the English manuals, they were just like, oh, they have human faces, therefore they are cyborgs, and like they just converted everything to cyborgs because I guess it was the 80s and cyborgs were in vogue or something.
Sounds cool.
I saw one. I really wish I could find it, but I have like scans of this manual, and it's like you are Mega Man, last creation of Dr. Kine, after he was murdered by his evil lab assistant, Dr. Wily, spelled with like an E.
I know they spelled it Dr. Willy. They spell it Dr. Willy a couple times.
Yeah,
Dr. Wright and Dr. Willy.
Yeah, I mean that I can guess forgive, but Dr. Kine. I've seen Dr. Kine, and I'm like, what do you...
Kine?
Kyne.
Very, very strange. I was telling Gib that she should play 2, because one is hard, and it's kind of bad. You should play 2 and just get the metal blades, and then the game's easy.
Yes, okay. That is accurate.
Yeah, because 2 is the best-selling Mega Man game of all time up until, like, a month ago.
11. Yeah. Up until a month ago when 11 just knocked it off. So.
Dang.
Shocking.
I found the manual, by the way.
Because 2 is when they actually figured out like how to make it. 2 is when they hit the formula and they made like the first good Mega Man. I mean, 1 is fine. I'm not trying to shit on 1 too hard.
It's janky. It's competent. It's just not smooth. It's not like polished, Yeah.
So
but you can see what was
coming.
And
then 3 is kind of just easier in general. They give you so many health drops in 3.
Well, right up until the Doc Robot stages.
Well, yeah.
3 is they lull you into a false sense of security. You're like, wow, I might actually be getting good at Mega Man, and then Doc Robot comes in and he just ruins your day.
the robot master levels, the 8 normal levels are easy, and then it get most of them get really hard at the end, but yeah.
I see the belt buckles.
Yeah, see
in
belt
bold.
buckles.
Oh, let me see. Belt buckles. Pick up the belt buckles to make your
the
weapon
helmet
more
adds an extra man. Pick up belt
propeller.
buckles.
Oh yes, I forget what it's called. There's an item in it's a special item. It's in Mega Man, and I think there's only one of them. And it just gives you like a bajillion points.
Yeah. It's the it's a Japanese thing. It's got a Japanese name. And it's a thing. It's like a Capcom puts this thing in like a lot of their games. It's like an Easter egg.
It was a power up or something in I think 1941 or 1942, like a Capcom shoot 'em up. And so they've just been putting it as like an Easter egg and other things.
I know in other games it's there, and it like is like a full life and weapon restore.
Yes.
But in
Exactly.
this one, it just gives you points, which are totally useless.
Yeah, well, I'm so glad they dropped the points thing in
It's so
Mega Man
funny.
2.
It's so funny that there's points in the first one.
Yeah, and what I think also makes Mega Man 1 harder because of the points? That is now a useless pickup that is on the drop table for when you kill enemies. In most games, when you kill an enemy, it's either health or weapon energy or nothing. In this, now you have 2 chances for nothing and 2 chances for weapon energy or health. You know what I mean?
How did I forget that they call him Dr. Kine? Like, what the
Well, I don't know if you had seen this particular thing, because I think this isn't in the English manual.
What is this?
I don't remember the origin of this off the top of my head. I know I have it in a video somewhere, but I think this might be a Blockbuster insert, like a little pamphlet that came with the game when you rented it.
Okay.
So I think
like it's
that's
not
where
official?
it comes from. Right, like it was one of those things that, because Blockbuster, in place of giving everyone like a complete in-box copy of a game, they would often give you a pamphlet, because back in the day, certain NES games, I mean, honestly, you couldn't play them unless you knew what you were doing. So the manuals would often give you critical information on how to play. And so to kind of circumvent giving everyone a complete in-box copy of a game, they just whipped up these like quick little like pamphlets, which like skimmed through the manuals, I think.
Wasn't there? I swear I've seen a gaming historian video. You ever watch the Gaming Historian on YouTube?
Occasionally, yeah.
He has one that's about the lawsuit between Nintendo and Blockbuster, where basically Nintendo tried to sue Really, they wanted them to stop renting their games because that was like, hurting their business model. But but there was no legal way they could do that. So instead, they attacked them on the grounds that the game manuals are like copyrighted material and they're not allowed to give those out. And so, I think it might have been because of that lawsuit that Blockbuster, issued a lot of like, they wrote up their own, inserts.
Oh yeah, that's totally a possibility. Like sounds like that lines up perfectly with this, so.
Mm-hmm. I have watched like every gaming historian video that's ever been made. Oh.
Wasn't there a Dr. Kane in Mega Man X? Wasn't that the X guy?
That's
Kane.
Dr. Kane. Dr. Kane he's sort of like the Dr. Light replacement in X, but then he kind of just disappears after X3 and is never heard from again.
Well, I actually have a strong idea of actually where he ended up. And this is the agreed upon theory by most people who care to know.
Okay.
So Dr. Kane forms the Maverick Hunters in response to the first handful of Mavericks that appear in the X series, right?
Yeah.
He talks to the council, which we never see, the all mysterious council, and they're like, maybe we should just stop making Reploids and
Is that what they call it? The council?
Well, it's in the journal of Dr. Kane. It's called the council. And the interesting is the journal is only English canon. It was just made up for the English manual, and no such thing exists in Japan. However,
I know that much.
Japan later adapted it and changed some of the details, so
That's
it
awesome.
retroactively did come into canon.
USA.
A rare instance of when English canon has actually added something useful, because it didn't hurt anything by adding it there. So he's like, the council has met with me today, and something considered stopping production of all Reploids, but I think that's a step too far. So then he builds the Maverick Hunters. So Dr. Kane is actually the leader of the Maverick Hunters. He's running the organization up until X3, as you said. And even though we don't see him in X4 in the English manual, which again, this hasn't officially been adopted, but it says that he created Repliforce.
I know in the X4 manual, in the English manual, it says that he was one of he founded Repliforce. So but he's not actually in the game.
Yeah, he's not actually in the game. He's just kind of like mentioned. You can even in the So peep this. The official origin for Cygnus, I remember you're talking about him. He's like the leader of the Hunters, and he's like, well, he doesn't really do anything. Well, yeah, it's because all of his story happens like out of the game. Apparently, he became leader of the Hunters, and this is exactly rough, I'm paraphrasing, but this is as deep of info as we get. He became leader of the Maverick Hunters after the previous leader of the Maverick Hunters resigned out of shame for how the Repliforce incident was handled. So basically, I think they're implying it's Dr. Kane.
Where does it say that? Okay, because I know that like in 5 he's the new leader, which implies that there was an old leader,
right?
And he's no longer there. But I don't. If
you're gonna kill me because I don't have this information on hand, but I swear I'm telling you, I have an entire channel of people who will back me up on it.
I would love to see it.
I think it came in one of the so there's like these guides called like the Rockman X Psycho Daizokon guides, and they've been making them from X1 all the way to like X5.
Are they like books?
Yeah, they're like excuse me.
Yeah,
they're like strategy guides, but they also include like bits of lore. That's where we got the information for Iris and Colonel, how they used to be like one Reploid, and then they got like split into two because they had like conflicting personality differences. That's where we get information about like just like different like random things. Like sometimes there's motivations for the Maverick Hunters and also for the Mavericks that you fight. Like that's where you get the information about like Gravity Beetle and stuff, like how he was brothers with Boomer Kalanger.
I know I've seen some of these before. What are they called? Daizo.
I'm probably gonna butcher the spelling, but it's Psycho Daizokon.
Yeah, I saw some of these. Are these all translated?
I don't know if all of them are translated. I believe most of them have been. However, the person who did the original translations said that they did a pretty poor job, and they're like, "Don't trust these translations. Like, I'd like to do them again someday." It does seem to be information that has been like corroborated with like other sources, and so it's like not everything is like 100% accurate, but I mean like it's the best we've got. So so the implication is that Dr. Kane is running the Maverick Hunters. He's the only person we see running them up to X3.
It makes perfect sense that after the Repliforce rebellion, the leader, whoever that is, would resign, and it makes sense if it would be Dr. Kane. Whether it's Dr. Kane or not, that makes sense. But who else would it be besides Dr. Kane? So
since he's the only guy that we've seen leading them up to that point, so he's just like, you know what? I really dropped the ball with Repliforce pretty badly.
That would mean that he was simultaneously leader of the Maverick Hunters and Repliforce. And as Ye says, no one man should have all that power. So he resigned because he was onto something. He was a big Ye fan. He was right. I can't. That's why this all happened.
I just picture now Dr. Kane listening to like a bunch of old Kanye West albums, and he's like, Ye was a genius. He was ahead of his time.
But it's
light years ahead of anything we have now.
He says, he shakes his head and he says, too bad in 2022 Kanye went crazy and ran for president and became anti-Semitic. They call it the fall started in 2022, and then
oh goodness,
and then the Irish Rebellion of 2024. Dark times ahead for humanity. Boy, I would have hated to be alive back in 2022. Yeah.
Oh goodness.
Sick. I forget what we were talking about before.
I'm sorry. I have a tendency to do that. I'm like a banana in a fruit smoothie when it comes to Megaman. I'm a little take over everything.
I'm a little abashed because, I made this big video where I explain Mega Man, but like I think I know in my heart that you probably know more about the subject than I do. So,
well, I mean,
I want to keep you off the subject to avoid embarrassing me.
No, listen, I'm going to tell you one thing. You did a fantastic job, and I'm listening, like actively listening, and I'm like, you haven't said anything like wrong. Like, and the only things that, like, that I wouldn't agree with, or that I wouldn't even call them wrong, just things where I'm like, I kind of differ, are points of like, it's kind of like fuzzy, where it's like, well, you could think of it any which way that you want. Like, there's no like solid answer for this thing or not. You know what I mean? So, I mean, at that point, it just comes down to like personal preference. I used to be like way more like iron fisted about that sort of thing, but I've since loosened up because I find that, Mega Man kind of does as established as its canon and story is. There are certain areas where it's like, nope, this is just a little fuzzy, and you just kind of have to deal with it. Like, so a good point that someone brought up. Shout outs to Zan on my Discord server in the lore discussion. he mentioned, he brought up a good point. He goes, "What is the canon way to play Mega Man X5?"
X or Zero?
Well, not even that. Do you collect all of the? Do you succeed in collecting all of the Enigma Cannon parts, or do you just fire it and you destroy the space station in one shot? Like, what is the story?
Oh yeah.
Like in the history books, do they say Maverick Hunter X and Zero go and get all the parts, and then they fire the cannon and it didn't work, so then they launch Zero at it in a shuttle, and then that did work, or do they say they just launched both without getting anything and it just worked?
Yeah.
Or did it fail?
Because it can't have failed because
that's true. Yeah,
the canon. Yeah, I know the canon ending is that Zero doesn't go Maverick, but there's two different ways that can happen. I understand.
Right,
yeah.
But it raises an interesting point, because for once the story actually is determined. Like in every other game, it's like, you beat all 8 Mavericks and that's it. But in this game, the Mavericks are literally optional. So do you beat one Maverick and call it quits? Do you beat like all of them? Do you beat like 2 or 3 and then just launch?
I mean,
like,
even in X4,
so it's fuzzy.
There's differences between the X playthrough and the Zero playthrough. That
right.
Did X fight General? Well, like in X's playthrough, yes, but in Zero's playthrough, not necessarily.
No, you have to fight General as Zero. You actually do need to fight him.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
Damn it. Okay.
The only thing that happens is in X's playthrough, you fight Colonel twice in place of a cutscene. So Zero gets the prepare yourself cutscene, but X just fights Colonel like for real.
Stop the coup now.
Yeah, it's not too late.
Never.
I'm not gonna lie, I have nothing against that voice acting. I thought they did a pretty decent job for the time, comparatively to like if you look at like their what they were up against, like with Resident Evil and like some other horrible games. It's not the worst.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I think, Coop is a little silly because it's like, okay, you literally said the wrong word. But I didn't have a problem with the voices they chose. As a matter of fact, I think Sigma and X4 is the best.
I think if I was a kid, I probably would have just been like, yeah, cool. Like,
I didn't know any better.
That's just what they say. Okay, I will say, I think General's voice is pretty bad. I think
yes,
they picked like a reedy voice for a guy like a 40-foot tall gold man made of gold. I think he should be a little deeper. I think he should have a slightly more booming voice.
Yeah,
in my opinion,
he absolutely needs to sound like some sort of like big shogun or something. Like instead of this, he's just. Get out of my sight, I have
we are the Repliforce. We must do this. Remember, we will not defy the humans.
Yeah, like I don't know. He's sounding a bit like Steve Urkel.
Gibbs,
I don't know what their deal is.
Hey, yeah. Well, this is my problem in the game. General's voice sounds more like Lenny, even though Homer is the one. Who's giant, who's the biggest man in the world and covered in gold.
Hey, Homer.
Hey, Homer.
We're gonna fire a space laser.
Hey, guys, notice anything different about me? Hey, Colonel. Hey, Colonel, notice anything different about me? Oh, you're the biggest man in the world now, and you're covered in gold.
Not a half-bad Colonel, gotta say.
Thanks.
I like Sigma the most. I think the guy, and you know what's funny? I think the guy that did Sigma is the only one of those people who went on to do like a really serious voice acting career afterwards.
How does he sound?
Sigma was chewing up the scenery. He loved it.
He kind of just sounds like he's sort of like.
Now, my Maverick Hunters, what will you do?
You will, yes. Why do you do this? Why don't you kill them? I forget any of his lines. Yeah. He sounded fine.
He's getting into it. I think later on they made his voice a little too like. Not that there's anything wrong with his voice being deeper in other portrayals, but I almost feel like it's a little too breathy for my liking. I think I liked him better when he was speaking from the back of his throat, and like a little bit more Palpatine. You know what I'm saying? I like that.
I hear you.
I like that. It's just that's just me though.
Gib.
Hi.
What's up?
Nothing. I have no way to like interact with this conversation.
I don't want to exclude you. Don't want to exclude you. Here.
I mean, we can talk about the lecture because I have been watching that. I'm like up to the Mega Man and bass part.
Is there? I guess I don't know if you have. Sorry. As I've been saying, I've been hyping this video up for weeks and weeks on here. So it's time to pay that all off. But I don't know if there was anything that stuck out about it to you and you wanted to bring up, then that would be something we all would be familiar with. Or maybe if there was anything, maybe you could, as there's anything you wanted to clarify, me and Twitch are here with our expertise.
Well, I mean, I feel like I haven't gotten to the really weird, fucked up stuff yet because I'm.
Did you not finish it?
I haven't finished it yet. I haven't had enough time spare. But
yeah,
I just finished with like Legends 2.
I gotta be honest. I
love Legends so much.
I love it now. Gib, you should play Legends. You'd really like it.
I've seen Legends. It looks fun. Also, just because I've been following this artist for a while, Arthur Vyater has been making like an indie game that is like a Mega Man Legends-esque.
Is that the Delta Gal thing?
Yes.
Yeah, Zeta Gal, Delta Gal.
Arthur Vyater or Vyater.
Big shout-out moment. Big appropriate shout-out moment for that guy.
Yeah, that game looks fantastic.
It does. That guy follows me on Twitter.
I love the low poly PS1 anime aesthetic.
Maybe we should ask him if he wants to be a guest.
Yeah.
You should.
He'd probably Okay, all right. Anyway, what were you saying?
But yeah, Mega Man Legends looks fun. Of all the Mega Man games, I like 3D environments. I'm a big 3D person.
The graphical style is exactly what you always say you like the best. And plus, it's just chill. It's a chill time.
I think you nailed it when you said in the video, you said that Legends 1 is more charming, and what did you say about Legends 2?
I said remember. 2 is more epic.
Yes, that's exactly it. I got that exact same feeling, and when I heard you say that, I was like,
darker tone, bigger world and a darker tone in the second.
When I heard you say that, in my head, I'm like, this guy gets it. Like that's exactly right. Because I always tell people, they're always like, which one is better, Legends 1 or Legends 2? And I'm like, guys, you can't make me choose like that.
A little bit.
Like,
yeah, I didn't. I think I hear people say they like 1 better, but I think there's things to like about 2 as well.
Well, yeah, like so in Legends 1, like, and this is I'm gonna sound like a big old sap here. Okay. I played Legends 1 very recently, and my girlfriend was watching me go through the whole thing, and I cried during the ending. I got like all emotional, and I was like, oh my god, like these are people that not only did I like figuratively grow up with in the game, but like I literally grew up with these people in this game as a kid, playing this in what was it, 97, 98 when it came out.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
And so like you grow attached to them, and I was explaining to her, I said, when you play this game, you're stuck on one island, but you explore every single nook and cranny of this island, and you get to know the people on the island, and every single person has new dialogue when anything happens. Like I'm talking like literally there's events that take like, I don't know, like 20 seconds tops to complete. And they will literally change their dialogue as soon as that new thing has happened. And so it's more cozy. You get to learn about these people's lives, and like you kind of like become part of the island. You become part of their little community. And when he leaves, it is like genuinely like all
when they're all
yeah.
Wait. Let's not give any spoilers. But I know what
I won't give any
about.
spoilers. Yeah, but when at the end, it's just like, like I get it. Like even though it's just like it's kind of like typical like sappy cartoony stuff. Like it's the one time in like any sort of media where I was like, oh, like I feel what they were going for. It's not like in other cartoons where they're like, we'll see you again sometime, and I'm like, they're never gonna see those people again, like, but like this is the one time where they had a scene like that, and I'm like, ow, like that's hitting me like square in my heart. This actually like hurts. Like if like it's like a happy sadness. I don't know how else to describe it. But then I play Legends 2, and I'm like, this game, like you said, this game is more epic. It's not bad. It's not worse than Legends 1. In fact, the gameplay is much more improved. But the presentation is like It feels like I'm playing an OVA.
It definitely doesn't give you like a cozy, like, I know these people sort of.
Yeah, because you don't get enough time on each island to get to know them. There's only one island where you get to actually, like, sort of get to know people, and that's Calbania Island.
The
with
snowy
Shu.
one?
Well, the snowy one, too, because you go there quite often. So there in Calbania, because on Calbania Island, it's like that little one that's, like, just got, like, the girl and her two brothers, like the two wild kids.
Oh, yeah.
And you kind of, like, get to know them a bit, because you can talk to them often, and they send you letters back at Yoshunka town with the snowy one, and you can go to the post office. Yeah. And so, like, you kind of, there's a little bit of that, but yeah, you're basically, it's like a globe-trotting adventure, so you don't really have enough time to, like, sit there and get to know the people of the island.
Did
you know?
Yeah. Did you ever play a game called Phenotopia?
No, I've never heard of that one.
Okay, well, it was a Newgrounds game, but it was like a side-scrolling action RPG, a bit in the vein of Cave Story, but like without like gunplay. But I played that a long time ago, and then when I played Legends, I was like, wow, even though this is like a 3D free roaming adventure, and that was like a 2D side-scrolling action adventure, there's something very similar about like the pixelated graphic style, and there's something because in Phenotopia you go around, you talk to villagers, you like do favors for them, you find them stuff and trade stuff with them to like upgrade your equipment and all that. You explore ruins. There is a sort of like secret science fiction backstory that with dark implications that you uncover. It's like this is Phenotopia. I was playing Legends. I was like, this is just Phenotopia. Right. Phenotopia just ripped this game off completely, and Phenotopia is awesome. They remade it. They remade it on the Switch. It's on the Switch now.
Really?
Actually.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think it's called Phenotopia Awakenings. I haven't played the remake, but like they did like a full like
I'll have to look into this. I was also a child of Newgrounds, so
yeah. It was like Newgrounds. It wasn't even just like some random guy posted it to Newgrounds. I think Newgrounds like funded this guy. Like they did like a big full page spread on the main page when it came out. It was they sort of did a little launch of it. A little bit, yeah, a little bit.
That's awesome.
It's a good game. It's a good ass game.
Yeah, it sounds like a good ass game. I think any game that lets you like emotionally connect to its NPCs. I think is doing a great job, because you do feel more connected, and you feel more like satisfaction and more like I'm not sure what the word is, but like it's just a bigger deal to you. Like it has more meaning when you like actually finish quests, because not only are you getting like, oh cool, I got the item to go give to the next person to go do whatever, you're also getting an emotional payoff. So like it feels good.
It's Pheno. It's spelled like Phoenix, by the way. So it's like PHOENOTOP.
Got it.
Right.
Phoenotopia.
Phoenotopia. Gabe, you said you made it to the Mega Man Legends part. I think
I finished that, and then you were talking about Mega Man and Bass. I was a little confused because you didn't draw a line. Was Bass made by Dr. Wily?
Yes.
That's sort of a reveal, like partway through Mega Man 7, I think.
Yeah, it's partway through Mega Man 7.
I think I eventually draw that. I eventually draw that line.
Yeah. Bass was made accidentally by Dr. Wily.
Well, he's I didn't mention this, but like, okay, all the robots have the serial numbers, and Bass actually has a serial number, but he's not a Dr. Wily number. He's like a super Dr. Wily number. He's called like
special Wily number.
SWN. Yeah, he's SW. I'm messing it up.
SWN.
SWN 001 or just 1 or something. Whereas 0 is DWN infinity. He's not a special Dr. Wily number. He's just a regular Dr. Wily number, but he's number infinity.
Yeah, he's supposed to be like the end. Like there is nothing, there's nothing more than him. You know what I'm saying? Like that's supposed to. I think that's kind of cool.
Whereas X, he's not a light number. He doesn't have a serial number because he's not part of a series. He's his own person, and his name X, and his name X is like a variable X because he has infinite potential, because he can be whatever he wants to be. Oh, it's so beautiful.
It is. Like, I've always had people ask me, they're like, what's X's serial number? I'm like, well, if it had to be anything, it would probably just be X. But I don't think... I think that would defeat the purpose of what Light is trying to illustrate. Mm-hmm. So I think he would just not give him a number at all. He would just be like, X, you aren't... I said this in one of my videos. X is not a robot with the ability to think like a person. He is a person who happens to be a robot, or something to that effect.
What's this?
Sort of like X, if he wanted to, could choose his own name.
Yeah.
And that would be his serial number.
I'm just putting this here because you can see in teeny tiny little letters, it says DWN Infinity. You see where it says like Omega? Because
I see. I see bottom right. It's a Dr.W. and number infinity.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That NO infinity.
Because this is on a mission where I believe you're going to confront Omega or something. And so the implication is that Omega is DWN Infinity because he's inhabiting Zero's original body. Is
this where that comes from? That he's DWN number infinity?
No. This is the first like in-game confirmation of that. But I believe it was another thing that was like confirmed in a on the back of a soda can or something like that in Japan.
Yeah.
But it's a thing that's always been known. Because I've heard that even since I was a kid. They were like, no, he's DWN Infinity. I think that was first confirmed around Mega Man X5, where like the Wily Zero connection was like right in your face. There's no escaping it anymore. Yeah. I mean, arguably X4, but they don't really delve into it too much. Mm-hmm. But that's when they were like really like, look, he's made by Wily, and this is the connection, this is what's going on. So it was confirmed in a book somewhere, and it's spread throughout like the old early 2000s Mega Man websites that I used to frequent. Shoutouts to Megaman Network and Megaman homepage. But this is like Inti Creates. Like, Inti Creates loves their references, so like they were absolutely going to be like, we're going to cram as much references in here as possible.
That's a good one. So, that's a good one right there.
And I don't have it handy. I'm desperately trying to find it. This is actually cut content. I think you can find it on the cutting room floor. In Zero's like opening area where you first find him, like when like the in-game cutscene where CL walks on screen. Yeah, and he's in his like little capsule thingy.
When he's like hanging there with no arms.
Yeah, so there's like the artwork of him hanging, but there's also like the in-game scene, like where he's there. Yeah. There's actually a wall that they removed, I guess, so that you can see him better, and the wall has the words like warning virus and a symbol. And you can't really read that it says virus because it's like broken. It's like kind of like messed up. Yeah. But the symbol is there, and it's a symbol that's actually shown in the cutscene where Zero is in the warehouse fighting against Sigma. There's like these canisters that have this symbol on it, and then this thing that says warning virus has the exact same symbol. So I guess Inti Creates looked at that cutscene and was like, that's the symbol to indicate like computer virus or something to that effect.
Wait, which game was the cutscene in?
X4, when
when the anime one, when they're when they're fighting.
Yeah. There's a spot somewhere, either during one of Zero's flashbacks or when he's fighting Sigma, whatever that is. But there's a group of canisters, and they have this little symbol on them, and like it's just there, like it's just a background thing, like you didn't mean anything. But then, I guess not retroactively. I guess retroactively.
Yeah. They picked that out and they said, "Hey, what if this is the symbol for the virus that was in the lab?"
Exactly. So it's funny because it's cut content, so you never actually see it. But it is there, and so I'm saying like, well, it's cut content, but what was their intention?
Yeah, totally. Oh, that's great. There's like
it's just neat little details,
There's like way too many of those. You could, they're all over, especially in the Zero games, and in Oh man, after I finished, at some point I realized that in ZX, I think it's in ZX 1 or 2, like the body of High Leg Oribakal is just kind of like buried under some grass somewhere.
I have one even better for you.
In the woods. Yeah.
For the entire... There's a lot of bosses, actually. I don't have screenshots of all of them.
The High Leg Orobaco was just one that in-game I noticed. I was like, oh my god, it's High Leg... It's everybody's favorite Pseudoroid High Leg Orobaco.
Yeah, with a name that's so easy to pronounce and remember.
I mean, it's memorable. It's a memorable name once you get your head... Oh, this one. It's Cucumber, right?
Yeah.
It's a...
Wire Sponge.
Wire Sponge. What the fuck?
So I always thought this was cool, that he's like dead, but he's like fused in. So this is the Tower of Vendir in ZX, which is like, or ZX Advent, I should say. And it's like a giant organic tree thing. I think I don't know if this is growing out of Area Zero or if it's like near Area Zero. But it's interesting because Wire Sponge was part of a, like a weather control thing. And there's like these weird, gross, like organic vines that can like grow out of his stage. Like there's like things that they drop. So this looks like if one of those like grew out of control, and I guess his body was just like merged with it. I don't know how he got stuck there, because I mean, like, he got blown up, and then you fight him again in the Sigma stages, or I guess the X Hunter stages for X2. So how did he get here? I don't understand, but I don't know what the implications of this are, but it's neat to speculate.
That's just neat as hell. That's just neat as hell.
They love their references, man. I'm telling you, it's all over the place, for better or for worse.
Yeah. I'm like appreciating the screenshot. It's like, oh my god, there's so much.
So cool.
There's so much. There's so much implied history here. But about
speaking. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, unfortunately, I think I got to say that I think the part in the lecture where I talk about legends is a little bit slow. I think that's kind of maybe like the low point energy wise in the lecture, because
I felt like there was a few moments when you were talking about Legends 2 that I realized I wasn't listening for like 4 times, and I had to go back. And I'm like, okay, let me actually pay attention. Like, what happened? Like, who?
It's because
I got through it, though.
It's because like that those games, even though they canonically take place in the future, they feel very disconnected from the rest of it. So there's not that much in the terms of like connections to be made.
So there's actually a few that I wanted to mention, which I don't know if you knew these and couldn't fit them in, because I know that for Legends, I didn't think that it was low energy so much as there wasn't a lot connecting other games. But there's a lot to cover, so I know you were kind of like going over a lot of it, like and this is not that it was any less good. It was just kind of like you have to just kind of speed through it because there's just so much story.
I think I was kind of trying to speed through it,
which makes sense because I mean the story is massive. But here's something that I was surprised that you didn't
because like there's so much more dialogue in the Legends games. It's like it kind of got to summarize all this.
So connecting ZX to Legends, I'm surprised you didn't talk too much about this.
All right.
In Legends, the Master runs Elysium, right? He's this big, tall, blonde man who lives for however many years, 3,000 years or something like that. Yeah. The Sage Trinity, made up of those 3 smart guys, they're also called Masters. There's Master Thomas, Master Albert, Master Mikael.
That's true. That's true, yeah.
And on top of that, they are doing... I can't articulate it better than this because it's not made very clear in the ending, but he's like, something Reploids with human bodies, and what do you think we did with this and that? And So, and on top of that, Megaman, or I should say Rock, Walnut, is called Megaman Trigger, right? And then there's another Megaman on Cadillac's Island called Megaman Juno.
Yeah.
The people who use biometals are also called Megamen, like plural. It's like now a title. Even more than that, it's only like brushed over really quickly. You are not just a Mega Man, you are also named based on which biometal that you're using. So if you're using biometal model Z, you are Mega Man Zero, you are Mega Man X, you are Mega Man Fafnir, you're Mega Man Harpuia, Mega Man Phantom, Mega Man Leviathan.
Yeah.
So Mega Man has now become a title. So there's not too much connecting them, but I mean, you got people called Masters who are like, they rule over the society of people and kind of control, human Reploid relations as well as, you know, they have their own like backup of like human bodies somewhere.
Yeah.
And then there's also the Mega Men who serve the masters, just like how in Legends, the Mega Men who work on the islands and things like that also serve the masters. So I think there's some sort of connection going on there too.
That's true when you put it like that.
And the kicker, which makes everyone kind of everyone's brains explode, is the very last thing that Thomas says is this world needs to be reset. Yes. Which is not unlike the carbon reinitialization program, which will wipe out everyone on the planet and literally reset the world.
It is like that. It is
so
like that.
What they mean by this, I don't know, but I feel like I'm not saying they're like you can draw a straight line from ZX to Legends, but I'm saying that seems to be laying the groundwork for something that's going to come.
I think it's you could definitely hear that and be like, he talks about like he wants to like reset the world and create the next step in human evolution. So and it's not that hard to imagine that he's talking about carbons or the anthro units or pure humans or
which by the way
becomes. Yeah, sure.
I found this out in my I have a series of 3 videos I did called History of Robotics and Mega Man.
I watched those, of course.
I had a feeling because I heard you say a few things and I'm like, hey, I remember
I watched a bunch of them and I got enough from that I was like, I can't, it's plagiarism if I just say these things. I have to shout this channel out now.
I appreciate it. Thank you. I was very surprised when I saw that. I was like, "Oh wow, look at that! I'm hitting the big leagues now."
I was looking for like Mega Man videos on YouTube to get like alternate perspective, like just to hear what's in the zeitgeist, hear what's like word on the street of it. So I think I found your channel and I watched a bunch of your stuff.
Thank you. I'm very flattered.
Yeah, and in the end, I was like, well, I got some keen insights from this guy, so gotta let people know.
I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I've been trying to share your video everywhere that I possibly can because it's
Thank
great.
you. I gotta celebrate. I did last night. It did hit the milestone. It did hit 100K views in its first week. 100K views in its first week.
Nice.
That's crazy. I wasn't sure if it was gonna do that. I told myself I was gonna be happy if it hit 100K views ever. Like, I thought it was not going to do as well as my previous ones. I'm just
going to say, in the Mega Man circles, your video is getting everywhere. I've had like 1,000 people be like, have you seen this video? Is it going to be good? Check it out. It's going to be awesome. So like everyone knows about it. In the Mega Man community, like everyone does. Like, and I'm super happy that they do because
it's amazing.
I don't want to be like the only guy that talks about Mega Man. Some people have even complained. They're like, he's the only one that talks about blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, but that's not by choice. Like, I'm not like, like monopolizing it. Everyone's free to do it. It's just I'm the only one who is.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy that there's more people doing it. And I'm more than happy to collab with other YouTubers, who want to talk about stuff. So
a lot of people keep, every now and then I get a comment that's like, obviously, a lot of people are like, "Where's Battle Network? Where's Command Mission?" Even though I explained in the video why I'm not talking about those. But that's okay. I get it. I get it. Nobody pays attention. It's fine.
Nobody reads the description, and nobody pays attention to your opening statements. Because I do videos like "Who exactly is Mega Man?" and I give you like a 30-minute video explaining the origins of Mega Man, his specifications, a buttload of trivia, and then I still have that one jackass in the comments who's like, "Oh, you didn't talk about Mega Man EXE." And I'm like, it's a different character. Like, come on, cut me some slack here.
Hey, wait a second. I'm sorry, this is off topic. I'm looking at that screenshot, the wire sponge screenshot.
Uh-huh.
Okay, you see that pillar?
Rewinding a bit.
You see that pillar in the background under the spike wall?
Yeah.
The angry face.
I'm sorry.
It does kind of look like an angry face.
Is that Dr. Doppler? I'm sorry, it looks exactly like Dr. Doppler.
Yeah, you know what?
We found another reference.
It totally could be. Like, I'm not saying that it is,
no.
But I'm not putting it out. I'm not saying it isn't, because he's made up of nanomachines and he's merged with everything. So if anything is Maverick or evil...
No, not Dr. Vile. Although he does kind of look like Dr. Vile. I'm saying
you know what? You're right.
Dr. Doppler
you're right.
from 3. I think he looks more like him.
You're right. I got it mixed up. You're totally right. Yeah. I guess it could be. I don't know.
Definitely. It has to be. Who else could it be?
Yeah. It's the only thing
just
that
be a
makes
pillar.
sense.
When It's literally the only thing that makes any sense.
It's literally the only rational explanation.
Yeah, if you deny it.
I used to think Dr. Vile, or I always say Weil, just to make sure that I don't confuse him with Vile, the bad guy robot from X.
Yeah, I said I said wheel. I used to say or wheel.
I used to say wheel too, and then people were like, "No, it's supposed to be Vile because that's his name in Japanese." I'm like, "I know that's his name in Japanese, but I'm saying Weil because that's how it looks like it should be pronounced." So I had some people say I've compromised and I say Weil now.
I had some people say that in German it might be either Weil, or some have said that it might be Veal.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's hard. You can't even reference the original Japanese pronunciation to be like, well, what is it supposed to be? Because it's a totally different name.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the whole ballad or ballade. I always go with ballad because in Japanese, I think his name is like Barado or something like that. Like, it's got the... It's what's the word I'm looking for? The short A? A sound. So that's why I always say ballad. I had a lot of keyboard warriors in the comments slamming on their keys like, no, you idiot, you're pronouncing it wrong. I'm like, all right, sorry, dude, I'm too busy knowing everything else about Mega Man to remember how to pronounce his name right.
You just gotta pronounce it really wrong. Just call him Billiards or whatever.
Yeah, I should. Billiards would be a cool name for a robot, actually.
Honestly, what would have gotten the video even more views is if I just deliberately pronounced all the names wrong, because people can't help but
you get
hey
so
guys,
much
welcome to my Megaman lecture.
Pokemon YouTubers and like Nuzlocke, like Flygon HG does it all the time. He like pronounces Pokemon's names wrong on purpose all the time. Like like he calls Magnemite Magnemite, and he calls Ninetales Ninetales and stuff like that. And I think he's doing it as a joke, but I'm sure it has the side effect of like
Rattata or something.
Of people just can't help but be like, he said
Pikachu.
Yeah.
Why did he pronounce it Lucario? Why did he say it like that?
Yeah. I have to admit, I don't think I've ever done anything that egregious, but I have absolutely said things that, like, for instance, I saw you mentioned this. There was a theory that's saying, like, the Star Droids might not actually be aliens. And don't get me wrong, I did consider, like, maybe that is like, a possibility. But I purposely didn't double back to say that, like, no, they probably are aliens. I think that's what their intention was. Only because I knew it was going to get people to comment, be like, they absolutely are aliens. So I kind of cheated a little bit, but I got a lot of engagement out of it. So, I mean, what can I say?
I think... I didn't set out deliberately to say anything wrong for engagement, but like I think the fact that my video is 8 hours long and I say so many things, like I'm surely I'll leave stuff out or probably get things wrong here and there. And I think
you did fantastic though. Like honestly, all things considered, and I'm telling you, as someone who I don't want to say it's my job because I don't do YouTube as a job, but as someone who spends every single day basically looking into and examining Mega Man lore and history. You did a fantastic job, and I honestly don't think anyone could fault you, given the size and scope of your video, for leaving anything out. Like, I thought you did great. Anything that you left out, I didn't assume it was left out because of, like, ignorance, and I figured you left it out because of time, because honestly, like, it's huge.
Well, it's like you said, even if I didn't get anything like straight up wrong, there's always going to be things that like someone else interpreted something differently, or someone else, or there's vagueness in the interpretation, and it's like, well, someone's going to think something different. But as a result of that, the video has gotten, it's got like for its view count, it's gotten like 1,000 comments. Which is a lot. Which is a lot for 100K views. like I have videos that have like a couple of the other lectures have like 200K views, and they don't have 2,000 comments. They have like 800 comments, 900 comments.
Right.
So I think this is very very active comment section on this one, which supposedly drives engagement. Great. Yeah.
I'm already getting pulled into arguments in your comment section. I left.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I have not been looking at my comments. I know I said I would answer comments in the video, and I will go through them at some point. But there's too many, and I haven't like gone through them and like tried to answer people's questions, except for like one or two here and there.
Right. It's just like so I referenced in one of my comments, I was like something Dr. Weil or whatever his name is,
right?
Lava Lamp Man. He in Xdive, they have character bios that they release every once in a while, and the character bios, as far as I can tell, contain canon information because I've actually been able to cross-reference it with other sources. So it's like, oh, cool. So Xdive itself, we all know, is not canon because it's literally a game playing off of your nostalgia. Like within the opening cutscene,
I was so relieved to discover that it's definitely not canon because I'm like, this seems like there's like an infinite amount of content in Xdive.
It's clearly just them having fun. They're just like, hey, remember when you used to play video games all night and did this? I'm like, okay, so they're acknowledging that Mega Man is just a video game series and like it's not
right. Isn't the story of Xdive is that you basically play yourself, but like going into the computer to like fix old Mega Man data.
You're fixing data. You're fixing the memories of Mega Man, which is stored in a giant computer called the Deep Log, which is the most unfortunate name for a computer ever.
Deep Log, lol. So it's basically an excuse. It's basically an excuse to play through a bunch of like what if like alternate Mega Man scenarios with the goal of like fixing them.
Yeah, they're just throwing canon out the window to have fun crossovers and whatever. And I'm all for it because it's people are like it's nostalgia pandering and blah, blah, blah. I'm like. Yeah, they're just having fun. It's not a serious game, it's not meant to be taken seriously.
Sounds like it might be fun.
You can argue like, oh, it's predatory because it's gacha or whatever. I'm like, all right, fine, but like, just don't spend your money then. Yeah. Like I stopped playing, but even if I stopped playing, I'm still enjoying just looking at the new character designs and models as they come out. So like, I'm loving it, even though I'm not even actively playing in it. I love the game, but.
Sorry.
All this just to mention that I mentioned that Dr. Weil thing, and people were slamming me in the responses because they're like, "Really? You're gonna accept Xdive as canon? That piece of crap game that's all about milking you for money?" I'm like, whoa, chill, dude. Like, I'm not saying the story of Xdive is canon. I'm just saying that if all their other character bios are canon because I've been able to reference them with other sources, why would Dr. Weil's bio not be canon, even though it's giving us new info?
I feel like that makes sense. Because
why would he be the one exception? Like all the other bios are canonically accurate and there's sources for them, except for his. Like, come on, like really?
I mean, I get you could you could try to be like, oh, it's a different studio. But like, Inti-Creates is a different studio than the one.
Yeah, but it's not a different studio anymore, or at least I don't think it is. I think
is it not?
It used to be Capcom Taiwan, but as I recall, I believe Capcom Japan resumed development of it.
But
I think Capcom Taiwan is
Inti-Creates made Zero, and I'm saying that it's not. Inti-Creates didn't make Xdive, so I mean, I guess you could say that, but like. That's dumb. So never mind.
But it's owned by Capcom, so you know what I mean. Like Capcom owns the IP, and even though they gave Inti-Creates the permission to make whatever story they wanted, ultimately Capcom still holds the reins, so they can change it to be whatever the hell they want it to be. So so that's just a thing I'm putting out there. There was something else I was going to go off on. I can't remember, but anyway, I just wanted to say. Please don't attack me for using Xdive as a source. I'm sorry. There's a lot of useful information in that game, even though the game itself is not canon. Please.
I feel like that makes perfect sense. That makes sense to me.
Like I learned another neat fact about X's armors. So this was something that was only speculated on, but it was recently confirmed. So everyone's always like, what happens to X's armors between games? Why does he lose his armors between the games? Like, so originally there was a quote from a developer somewhere for X4 where they're like, this isn't canon, this is just our personal idea, but we think that X doesn't like holding on to weapons of war. He only uses them when he needs to, so that's why your weapons go away. He's like, I don't need these anymore, I'm going to get rid of them. But they're still stored somewhere, because in X5 he has some of them back. When he fights Zero, he uses some of the X4 weapons. But where do the armors go? So there's actually another, again, it's on the back of a milk carton somewhere. It's in a newspaper, not newspaper, excuse me, magazine. I think one of the Daizokon guides, where for X2, it says that X found another light capsule after he had the full armor, and he stepped into the capsule and it unequipped it from him. where Dr. Light then studied the armor and then developed the second armor from it, which is why the first armor is not actually called the light armor. That's like a fan name. It's actually just called the first armor. Second armor is also not called the Giga armor. It's actually called the second armor officially. And so everyone's like, okay, well, that explains that one, but where's the third armor come from? So X-Dive, when they were doing a showcase of the third armor as a character when it came out, they mentioned, just like previously, he turned in the second armor to a light capsule, and then he studied the battle data from that, and then developed the third armor from that, which totally tracks because...
Makes sense.
In X1, you get the dash. In X2, you get the air dash. In X3, you get, like, the vertical dash.
Yeah.
On top of that, in X2, you get, like, the double charge shot. And then in X3, you get, like, an even bigger double charge shot. So, like, obviously, it's, like, an increment of what it's working on. And then, of course, in X4, there's, like, we don't actually know what he did with the third armor, because there's nothing, no one said anything. But it can be presumed that because they're all named first, second, third, and then finally fourth, that he turned in the armor for the third one. And, like, it got developed into the fourth one. Which also increments...
I read somewhere that fourth armor was a mistranslation of force armor.
No, it's actually not a mistranslation. In Japanese, it would be pronounced and spelled the exact same way, which is why people were saying force. You could technically translate it as both fourth and force, but given that the previous three armors are first, second, and third, fourth is the one that... makes sense.
I guess I didn't realize that because they don't actually like say they don't actually like call them that anywhere. Like they're not really named in X1 through 3.
They don't mention them. Yeah, they don't mention the names of them in game. The names of them come from other sources. Of course, it's always like a random source. Another weird wrench that they threw into it for some reason is that for X3 for a while, even though it's the third armor, they kept calling it the max armor. And it's not the max armor, because as it turns out, again,
because Mac died. Obviously, you killed Mac.
It's not Mac's armor. He's dead. You can't just gonna loot his body.
It's stupid. It's ridiculous.
No, but
I can't tell if you're joking.
Mac is
X's best friend.
X's best friend of many years, his longtime friend and compatriot, and his close confidant.
How I love you. How cruel a fate this is to befall you.
I think your video about like how would you rewrite the story of X you would give Mac more of a vote, you would give him more backstory, so when he betrays you, it actually means something. I think I was riffing on that when in the lecture I make a joke about, oh yeah, your close personal friend and confidant Mac. You know?
Yeah, I mean, even if you weren't riffing on that, you absolutely hit the nail on the head, because that's how everyone feels. There's been a long running joke between me and my buddy Coleman, where every time someone mentions Mac, we're like, who? Like, we just pretend we don't know who he is.
Never heard of him.
Whatchamacallit? Before I lose my train of thought, Mac's armor. Mac's armor isn't the name of the armor. It refers to having all of the armor parts. And the reason why I know this is because when they did the Megaman Bandai Mega Armor Series model kits, the third armor was called Mac's armor. What they really mean is full armor, because it was the only model kit of the armor they had at the time. So Mac's armor was referring to the full set of armor. And then there was other toys which reference a full set of armor for the X1 and X2 armors, and they also call it Mac's armor. So Mac's armor refers to all the armor pieces, not the name. But everyone just kind of adopted it as like the name. Even
do they say it in the game? Like does it show on a display somewhere that like when you've got all the pieces, it says, oh, you've Max armor? Okay.
It does not. It's literally just part of like merchandise material. It's like on a box, like for the model kit somewhere. Like that's it. That's all it is. So
that makes sense.
But that's the reason that I'm glad I cleared that up, because for years I was like, the third armor is called the Max armor, because in X4 it's called the Force armor, and then in X5 they got the Falcon and But no, it's actually first, second, third, fourth, and then X5 and onwards they start giving them names.
Yeah, because there start being more than one in the game, and you got to like switch between them.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what was going on with that.
Yeah.
I apologize, by the way. I feel like I don't mean to ramble as much as I do. I have a show for that called Ramblin' Reploids. This is. But I apologize. I get passionate about Mega Man, and it flows out of me. I'm possessed by the spirit of X.
I feel like I was gonna say. Oh, I was on the subject of the. Oh, you said Gibbs, you said you made it to the Legends, and I said the Legends is a bit of an energy low point. I just wanted to say that I think to me, in my opinion, the video picks up energy around the time I'm getting to X, around the time that I go on like a big rant about how much I hate Repliforce. I feel like that's kind of when I hit my stride.
I think because I think not only that. Because, like you said, Legends is so disconnected from so many things, unless you know like where to look. But I was really enjoying how unapologetically against Repliforce you are.
Yeah, I felt like it's more interesting if I feel like it's more interesting if I take a hard line and I'm like...
Everyone's very waffly about whether or not Repliforce is... I mean, and I like it that way.
You can tell in the game they were going for like a sort of morally gray, both sides are sympathetic conflict. You can tell us what they're going for.
They're both right and wrong. Like, so Repliforce is wrong for just being like, hey man, all of your robots are at the scene of the crime. Can we like talk about this? And they're like, no. How dare you?
I'm afraid we can't talk about this.
And then they just launch a full-on war. And then the Maverick Hunters, not really X or Zero necessarily, but I guess society is the problem. Because they're so quick to label anyone who doesn't fall into lockstep as a Maverick. So you could argue that Repliforce knows that no matter what's going to happen, they're just going to be labeled Mavericks anyway. So maybe they figured, well, we got no other choice. May as well throw a revolution right now,
I guess, yeah.
That's always been my argument, is like, Repliforce knows.
I guess I didn't really consider it from that angle, but yeah, Maverick Hunters, they're quick to call people. If I guess it is, they are the ones who are like, well, we gotta declare. I guess they sort of start the conflict by declaring them Mavericks in the first place. Yeah, I mean,
I mean, X and Zero did their best. They're like, listen, if you don't cooperate with us, you are going to be labeled as Mavericks, which, is not only is it like, yes, that's the logical thing to do because they're at the scene of a gigantic terrorist attack and are basically refusing to cooperate with you, but also it kind of speaks to the fact that like anyone can be labeled a Maverick, like
it kind of does.
You know what I mean? Like I've always had the idea that as time goes on, leading up to X4 and X5-ish, I guess even all the way into X7, that the Maverick Hunters are slowly becoming like the judges from like Judge Dredd. Like if someone doesn't obey you or does anything to even slightly look at humanity the wrong way, you're a Maverick.
By Zero, like that's Zero is like the logical conclusion of that like progression.
Exactly, where finally Reploids were never equals. They just finally it's like the true colors are shown, where it's like, okay, we don't trust Reploids. We're going to subjugate the crap out of them, and if anyone disagrees with that, you're a Maverick, whether you're human or Reploid alike. It doesn't matter. So it kind of goes to show how like the term Maverick can. It's not like a criminal.
It really just means whatever you think it means.
Yeah, it goes really from... It's not like the word criminal, where it's like this person, committed a crime, and they've been, like, convicted or something like that.
It's more specific than that.
Right. Maverick is just kind of like, hey, buddy, you're acting a little funny. Or like, hey, man, you made some anti-human remark before, and I'm not sure I trust you anymore. And so you can kind of see how it's like a slippery slope once you kind of like start on it. They're
basically getting canceled for tweets.
Yes,
anti-human tweets.
Except instead of getting canceled, you get blasted in the head.
They send the cops.
The robot police, as they were almost called.
Yeah, they pretty much are the robot police.
Yeah, they were almost called that, like in early drafts for the game. They were called the Robot Police.
Maverick Hunters is cooler.
It is way cooler.
But I guess it kind of comes to the same thing. Oh, geez.
Everyone I don't like is a Maverick.
Yeah,
that's how it is, though. That's Vile's whole deal.
That really is, Zero's line in 03 when he tells Vile, like, you sound like the Maverick. Like, yeah, you're like the king of the humans, and like you're persecuting everyone, and then you call them Reploids and then have them retired, but like you're the one that sounds like the Maverick, like, for being such a despot, for being such a just a psychopath about it.
I think
like, who's the real Maverick here? What a game!
Exactly, it is. I think I have some problems with Indie Create's storytelling, because in the games themselves, it's a fantastic quadrilogy of games. But there's lots of other like minor details which makes like a lore nut like me like lose my mind, because certain things just don't add up. But I won't get into those now because we'll be on them forever.
I can think of one or two.
Yeah. There's definitely a handful, but I do think it is beautiful in that you can kind of see how the term Maverick gets applied more and more liberally throughout the series until finally it reaches a point where humans are like, yeah, we don't trust you, which sucks because, as you mentioned, there was a point where X was like kind of like ruler of the rest of the world for a little bit, and everything was like cool and sweet, and everyone was like singing Kumbaya, and it was awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
And then Dr. Weil is like, how about no? And he like actually, I don't know if you mentioned it, but it is part of the story, which again is not explicitly stated in the games, I don't think. He manufactured Mavericks to attack places after X's. So there. Okay, let me.
No, I didn't. I don't even remember that.
Okay, so this is why I say I don't like Indie Creates' storytelling, because there's lots of key details which contextualize a lot of things which are just not in the games.
That's definitely true. Like the fact that I had to go and listen to it, but like you have to listen to the audio drama to know where El Piso comes from and why he has the baby elves.
Yes, so this is actually about the baby elves. Dr. Weil develops the mother elf with CL's great grandmother, or whoever the hell she is. I'm just gonna call her Alia. It's Alia. I'm just going to say it. We're just going to go ahead and say it's Alia.
All
so he's developing the mother elf. I mean, just because that's what I choose to believe.
I think it. Yeah. Why not? Why not?
They got the same hair. They got the same color eyes. They're both pink. Whatever. So he develops the mother elf, and wisely, the human government of the time, of the world, we'll just say the world governments, are like, how are we going to use this thing? So everyone kind of submits their own ideas for how they're going to use this reality-bending digital deity that they've created. And X says, we should use it for its intended purpose and just remove the Sigma virus from the world. And if any other viruses ever come up, we'll just use it again to get rid of them. And that is the only thing we ever use it for.
The moderate position.
Yeah, he's like, that is the only thing we use it for. It was designed to stop viruses. We only use it to stop viruses. And Dr. Weil was like, well, actually, Reploids are the cause of literally all the conflict in the world. And I can't say that he's wrong. Like, he's kind of right. So he's like, instead of using it to get rid of the viruses, number one, we get rid of the virus. And number two, we then use it to mind control all Reploids and revoke their free will, so that we control what they do in the world. And so there's no way.
I did read this. Yeah, this rings a bell. And so I didn't mention it.
He wants to control all Reploids. In the end, everyone, is like, I don't know, that sounds kind of evil. And so they go with X's plan, and they're like, okay, so X, we're going to go with your plan. And I forget how they do this exactly, because I thought they needed Zero's original body to control the mother elf, but I don't know if Omega is a thing at this point. But either way, the point is, they do erase the Maverick virus and or Sigma from the world, and then everything is happy and great, and everyone loves it. So Dr. Weil's like, well, I don't like that. I think my plan is the right plan. So he goes and makes 2 copies of the mother elf, which are the baby elves. And then when he has those, he uses them to start manufacturing Maverick uprisings, basically mind-controlling Reploids to go and commit crimes. So he's like, see, look, like the giving Reploids their free will, it doesn't solve anything. They're going to always rebel against humanity. It's evil. We got to control them. And so the government eventually
I feel like
relents.
there are parallels to be made to the real world here.
Yeah. So he's like, see, I've manufactured a crisis, although no one knows that. And therefore, you should give me control of the Mother Elf, and I'm going to enact my version of the plan. And so the human governments are like, and he also, it's like briefly mentioned, but he did have conspirators like on the inside that helped him. And so they were like, okay, we're going to go ahead and give you Zero's original body to control the Mother Elf and do whatever it is you want with it. And that's where Omega comes into play and gets put into Zero's body, and then also how he controls the Mother Elf. And yeah.
No, go on.
So basically, once he has the Mother Elf, he's like, teehee, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to just control all the Reploids. I am also going to wage war on the entire planet and just rule it, because I am a power-hungry, crazy person inside of a lava lamp.
It makes it makes perfect sense. If only it were actually in the game.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's where the Elf Wars come in, and that's why they were so devastating, because they were literally waging war, not just with the Mother Elf, but the other sides were fighting with their own cyber elves that were developed from the Mother Elf. And so each side is lobbing these reality-bending super weapons at each other, and just, I mean, that must have been one hell of a battle. Like, there's literally a cyber elf that can turn people into Metools. Like, could you imagine, like, one day you're just a soldier on the field, you're shooting at guys, you're dipping and ducking through trenches, and then all of a sudden you just become a Metool. Like,
lol. Yeah.
So that's basically what happened. And then so X is fighting back, and he's like, this is ridiculous. Holy crap, how'd you guys let this happen? And so that's when they wake up Zero and put him inside of that copy body.
Yeah.
And then he fights back with X. They defeat Dr. Weil and Omega. And then that's when everyone's like, okay, X, you were right the first time. We're really sorry. You rule the world at this point, because we know that you're good and pure and you're the best little cupcake out there. And so then he does, and then everyone is happy and everything's perfect for a little while.
It does make sense. I think I was a little fuzzy on some of the details of how it shook out. And it's there. This is from like the drama CDs, right? Like
it's like drama CDs, external sources like the art books. A lot of this is in official complete works. A lot of it is also on the now defunct, although I guess still considered canon, Megaman Zero collection,
the official
for DS
timeline
website, the official timeline they had on their thing.
Yeah.
So that's basically how that happened. So yeah, everyone's like, yeah, we screwed up, X, we're sorry. And that's why, instead of just killing... instead of just killing Weil like they should have, they were like, what you have done is so bad that we're going to punish you harder than just killing you. We're going to try to make you suffer every single day. And this will absolutely not bite us in the ass.
I understand the sentiment, but I don't think it was maybe the optimal play.
Yeah, it was, and that was the thing that apparently was like kept secret, because like they knew that it was illegal and they shouldn't have been. It was supposed to be death.
Highly illegal. Illegal.
And that's why, like when you were saying, he comes back and Copy X Mark II is like, well, it wasn't an illegal exile. It wasn't a legal exile. They did it wrong. They didn't follow the correct procedures. It's fine, guys.
I think he basically like says exactly that. He's like, they didn't follow the rules. Nah, they did it. Yeah. They did it sneaky. No, didn't count. Didn't count.
I say we give him another chance. Pee Wee Herman's his way.
Yes,
into power.
Stands up in the town hall. Yes, my name is Dr. Leuve, and like Mr. Burns doing the I'm Mr. Snrub. He's just like he's got a fake mustache on his lava lamp tank.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it was not according to protocol that Dr. Vile was exiled, so we should give him another chance. Yes,
exactly. It's totally. And you know what? I mentioned this. I have like a meme video I did. It was like I summarized the entire Mega Man timeline in like 18 minutes. It's just me screwing around. But there's a part where I mention, I'm like, the 4 Guardians are a bunch of dumbasses for letting this happen, and I'm like, yeah, they really are. Like I know I was joking, but they really are dumbasses for
because they were around. They were
around for watching, because when Copy X was made, that's when they were made as well. So like Copy X and the 4 Guardians were built around like the same time. I don't know which ones came first, but the point is, it was around the same time. So they got to watch Copy X rule like a toddler over all of human civilization. And he's just like, there's an energy crisis? Reploids use energy. Reploids aren't allowed to get any more energy. And instead of any of them raising their hand and being like, your lordship,
brilliant, sir.
I think there might be a problem with that solution. They were just like, yes, of course, your highness, and just let it go. And I'm like, I feel like at any time they could have stepped in to solve this if they just used like their brain a little bit. Like, why would you make them perfectly loyal to Copy X?
They said, yes, sir, Mr. X, sir. You're saving humanity. I'm so glad you bought Twitter. You're saving the world. Your self-driving cars are really good.
Copy
and they
X
never explode.
Like, we're gonna put people on Mars or something like that.
Yeah. He's building the orbital elevator.
Actually, I was gonna mention Mega Man Zero does have orbital elevators. It's not remarked upon, but they are there. There's lots of orbital elevators all throughout the Zero series. As a matter of fact, I think in
Neo Arcadia, like in one of the endings, you climb up a big tower.
Yeah,
I think it might be in
that's
4.
where you go and get. You actually go in one.
No, 3
in 01 as well. Like, I think that's Area X where you fight X. It's you actually fight him. You go through like a big elevator area. I have a picture of it. Hang on.
I do remember climbing a big tower. I wasn't. Yeah, you kind of do like sort of end up like in space.
Yeah, there's you end up in space somewhere,
or at least like really really high up, and you can see the. Yeah, I remember that. And they don't really even remark upon it, other than that.
Yeah, they don't
it's
talk
just
about
a really
it
high
much,
tower,
but it is there.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, where the hell is it? I got pictures of it in here somewhere. Is it in this one?
I gotta say before we go on with any more of that, I just want to say that I had a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving this week.
I had one. It was pretty good.
How was your Thanksgiving, Twitch?
It was good. I went to go see my family, like I always do. We always go to my uncle's place. We have been going since I was a kid. Literally, I don't think there's been a single year where we haven't gone. So I've been doing that since I was like single digits old. So it's cool.
We did not do like an extended family Thanksgiving. Pretty much just hung out with my parents and my sister and my dad's like best friend from childhood came over, and we just had dinner, and it was good. We watched a movie. We watched a movie called I think it was called Bullet Train, and I hated it.
Oh, I've seen a clip from that, and I wanted to watch it based on the premise alone and how silly it looked.
I just did not appreciate Brad Pitt's twee, cutesy little quips and dialogue. They were so irritating that I just decided that I hated the movie, and then I couldn't take any of the action seriously. I don't think it was meant to be taken seriously. It was meant to be like a big cartoon. But yeah, it was just annoying. So. Just the twee Joss Whedon-esque dialogue was just really irritating, and I just couldn't stand it. Yeah,
the Whedonisms.
The Whedon, yeah. He's quipping.
I'm very sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you for saying.
Sorry that you had that experience on Thanksgiving, the most holy of days.
And my dad is so impossible to watch a movie with, because he will literally he'll quip about whatever's on screen, like nonstop, like every 30 seconds. Like he can't stop. He can't stop making a little quip, even if it's just like the bad guy comes on screen. My dad will just be like, "Bad guy." He'll just say that, and then 15 seconds later, I don't know, someone gets shot, and he'll go like, "Oh, shot," or something. It's like, shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Dude, great quips.
Sometimes he tries to be clever with them, but sometimes they're just completely banal, just saying what he's seeing. It's like, why?
I totally understand.
So funny.
It's just Just why are you like this?
It reminds me of I don't remember. I think I was watching Hollow Man when that came out. I was in the movie theater, and I was but a wee babby. I don't know. I was like a kid, teenager, whatever. And I think my mom was with me because she wanted to see it too. So we're in the movie, and every time anything remotely spooky or foreboding would happen, there was this one guy who, in a very deep voice, would just go, "Aw, damn!" Like he would just, but like the whole theater could hear him, and it would always be like, "Aw, damn!" And like it just kept building and building until finally something like actual. I think like there were some boobs on screen, and he was like, "Aw, damn!" Like,
oh god,
like really stupid. But I kept laughing.
Me when I see boobs, aw, damn.
It was really dumb and immature, but I laughed anyway.
Yeah. I think it's like a relieve the tension for yourself. It's like you relieve the tension of what's going on screen by quipping about it or just saying something.
Yeah, probably.
I've noticed I used to do that when there was something like a romantic scene, and I'm like, I don't want to feel like feelings right now.
Right.
What if they farted? What if I like make gross lip slapping noises
it's
to like undercut the emotional resonance
loud
of the scene
chewing.
that I'm watching? Yeah. I don't do it anymore though. I try to allow things to affect me because that's better.
I had a moment recently like that where I was watching the Wachowski Speed Racer movie, which I love. I love that movie so much.
Yeah, I saw that when I was younger. I saw it when it was fairly new, and I remember thinking that it was great. And then I heard that it was really bad. I was like, what the fuck are people talking about? But culture has come around. Culture has vindicated me. I think we as a society have decided that actually it's amazing.
We're now ready for Speed Racer and what it has to say.
It was fun.
Fun. I loved the movie. I thought it was great. The visuals were incredible. Action was well choreographed. I loved some of the neat stuff they were doing. Like, I loved the scene in the snow, and they're using the snow and the movement of the camera to generate anime speed lines. I'm like, that's so clever.
I liked I remember there's a shot where like I think it's when Speed Racer and the girl like kiss at the end.
That's
and,
what
like,
yes.
You know, and like you
that's
know
what I was building to.
Yeah, when you unfocus the lens and the lights in the background like expand into circles. Well, they do that, but they expand into hearts instead. It looks like a floating anime background, and it's just
I thought that was
fantastic.
Great. Speaking of that scene, like you said, commenting so you can kind of like relieve the tension for yourself, or you're like, oh, I don't want to feel things. This is the only part of the movie that I was disappointed in. I loved Spritle in the movie. People are like, he's just like a dumb, annoying kid. I'm like, yeah, but he's supposed to be like a dumb, annoying kid. And he kind of sticks to himself. He doesn't really interfere with the story much. But there's one part at the very end, just like you were saying, where Speed wins the big race. I know, shocker, spoilers. And he goes to kiss Trixie, and the scene freeze frames, and Spritle comes on, and along with Chim Chim, dressed as doctors. And he's like, warning, the following scene may contain gross feelings and cooties and something. If you have a weak constitution, please look away now. And I was like, okay, like it is kind of like a funny joke, but not at the climax of the movie.
But
I was waiting for this. They've been building to it, and like Spritle like kept interrupting them before they can like, get romantic with one another. But, like, I was into it. I was like, wow, like, I feel emotionally connected to these characters and what they're going through. And finally, Speed gets, like, his well-deserved first place win, and he's going to go kiss Trixie like he promised he would do at the beginning of the movie. And then Spritle comes in and ruins it. And I'm like, yeah. If you want to break
sounds a little annoying.
If you want to break the tension for yourself, like you said, by, like, saying something or making a fart noise or whatever the heck it is, fine. But it annoys me when the movie does it for you, because what if I wanted to be invested in that scene? Now that I'm like, because now that I'm looking at it as an adult, I'm like, I think Speed Racer is like a work of art. I think it's great. It has great messages. It's got good, it's just produced really well. Like everything about it is great. So then I get to this end scene, and then I'm like, I get slapped in the face for liking,
almost the perfect movie.
Yeah, that is the one and only like
so
chip,
close.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I believe the music cuts as well, but it resumes where it's supposed to. I'm just going to go ahead and load up the file into like Sony Vegas or something, and I'm just going to cut out that part with Spritle, and I'll just have it resume uninterrupted for myself. The Revo cut.
Yeah. The Revo cut.
Base.
If
Isn't that a thing they do in like some or most like Marvel superhero movies where they're embarrassed to be superheroes? Like, isn't that like what sort of power do you have? Isn't that like stupid?
It was funny.
Like they say that in the text. They're like
it was funny like
embarrassed.
once, like the first couple of times that it happens, like like
Common, isn't it wacky that we are wearing spandex and
yeah,
or in the
stuff
X-Men
like
movies, like what were you expecting? Yellow spandex.
I mean, it was funny when you do it like once, and I get it.
Yeah.
And so I give X-Men a pass. That was pretty funny. Like, yeah, they would have matching uniforms like they're supposed to because they were like a team.
Sure.
But then the Marvel movies started doing it, and like, okay, I get it. Like, it's a funny joke. But then they do it in like every single movie. Like every single time a new hero gets introduced, they have to draw attention to the fact, like, isn't it silly that I'm wearing this funny costume and I have these weird powers? It's like, dude, we are now invested.
Stop being so insecure.
Yeah, we're now in a universe where a purple alien man with, tire marks for a chin snapped the entire universe out of existence. I'm ready to believe anything. You don't have to like deflect. Like, it's cool if you're a weird dude who wears a bug costume. Like, I'm ready for it now. I'm cool with it.
I have not seen a Marvel movie since I don't even know how long. I'm free. I'm pure of its mellifluous influence.
The last one I've watched,
but also I can't call them shit because I haven't seen them. I can't complain.
I catch that from like people saying it and also remembering like certain scenes where they're just sort of like, comic books were from the 1950s and those were so strange, huh? Hey, modern audience, don't you find that cringe? Well, enjoy it anyway, but also don't feel too bad about enjoying it.
It's kind of like how using Speed Racer as a great example of this. Speed Racer is undeniably campy and silly. But the movie has internal logic to it where they don't acknowledge that things are campy and silly.
Yes.
That is just their world.
The characters are serious about what's going on.
Yeah, and so I'm like, yeah, I'm fully invested in this. I am totally okay with watching a movie about a guy whose first name is Speed and his last name is Racer, and is
no problem
brothers with someone named Spritle, which is not a name I think I've heard ever. And they have a pet monkey named Chim Chim, who is also super intelligent. Like, I'm cool. I'm already sold. You don't have to you don't have to be like, haha, isn't it funny that his name is Speed? Like, no, like, I get it.
Yes, it is. That's why I'm watching the movie to be entertained by this. Now,
stop drawing attention to it.
Let's just take that and run with it. All right, we don't need to wallow. We don't need to wallow in the premise, please.
It's kind of like when people engage in like self-deprecating humor. But it might be funny once or twice, but once you do it too many times, it's kind of like, bro, are you okay? Like, are you sure that you're not like actually insecure about yourself? Like, you know what I mean? And that's how some of these movies come across. And that's why I love Speed Racer, because they're unabashedly cheesy and silly and campy, but they also treat it with like seriousness and reverence internally. And I'm like, yeah, I buy into it. For just an hour and a half, I believe that miracles can happen on the raceway, and I am totally
hell yeah,
and I am totally fine with that. That is
I believe that love can bloom on the battlefield.
Yes, and he makes art when he races, and I am totally fine suspending my disbelief and just enjoying that. You don't have to tell me, isn't it silly? Like, I'm not watching a realistic movie. I'm watching a Marvel movie. You don't have to sell me on it. Like, you stopped being super realistic after like Iron Man 1. Like, and Iron Man 1 was great, but they quickly realized if we're going to continue down this path, we are going to have to get consistently more and more silly and cosmic, because that's just the nature of Marvel Comics. And that's fine, but don't draw attention to it. Just shut up, give it to me. I'm willing to believe it. Just like how Godzilla, what is it, Godzilla 2014? They tried doing a somewhat realistic...
Is that the one where he fights King Kong?
Well, I'm getting to that.
No.
So The first Godzilla 2014 was the one where he fights the Mutos, the mutated ultra something whatever organism. I don't know what the hell it stands for. They did a somewhat serious take on Godzilla, where Bryan Cranston, his wife dies, and like a Muto escape, all that other crap. So like I'm fine with that. The first outing was like kind of serious, much like the first Godzilla movie was meant to be taken somewhat seriously. It had a lot to say. But then, as they continue down the Godzilla rabbit hole, quite literally, they realize, oh yeah, these movies are going to have to go in a very silly direction because the nature of Godzilla movies get a little silly. So the tone in Godzilla 2014 versus Godzilla versus King Kong is stark contrast to one another. I'm glad because they don't really draw too much attention to it. They just fully embrace the fact that there's a hollow Earth that's always been there, and there's portals, and there's monsters everywhere, and we're just not gonna internally. We're just going to accept that this is reality, and we're not going to like wink at the audience and be like, "Isn't it crazy that all this?" No, just shut up. Let me enjoy my monster wrestling match. It's fine. It's fine. I'm willing to accept it.
I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. All
no,
right?
You're not allowed. No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. You're right. No, I'll just.
If you, sir, wish to pee, you must answer me my riddles 3.
All right. I'll be back in 1 minute.
So how are you, Given? I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, it's great. Glad to have you. You don't worry about rambling, because that's what people crave. They crave large, long conversations about stuff.
I get nervous because I have a tendency to talk way too much, and I have a tendency to accidentally talk over people, and I don't mean to. I'm very passionate about the things that we're discussing, and so I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just excited.
Nah, it's great. It's don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm good. I did zone out a few times where I'm like, okay, so many of these things being talked about are like, I don't even have even the faintest idea what it means. But that's okay. I'll watch the lecture. I'll definitely play Legends because that looks fun.
Legends is a lot of fun. My recommendation for Legends, this has always helped me. Some people say they don't like this, but everyone's like, oh, the controls in Legends are like tanky and crappy. But if you go to the options, you can actually switch, because there's dedicated buttons for strafing and there's dedicated buttons for rotating. And so I always set my rotating buttons to just left and right on the D-pad so that I can navigate with one hand. And if I'm going to strafe, I use the shoulder buttons for that. By default, it's the opposite. Left and right actually make you strafe, and then the L and R is what you use to rotate. That just doesn't feel natural to me, and I feel like using your D-pad to run and also rotate and point in the direction that you want to go in, that just feels more like normal to me. So that's just the only thing I would recommend. I think that's an easier control scheme. That's just me. Everyone, of course, is welcome to do whatever.
Yeah, that's the one thing I've heard about that, is that it's early 3D, so that there's no consensus on how you do a traversal in 3D, and the controls are a bit odd.
It's also so early that there wasn't even analog sticks. This was like an early PlayStation game, so the DualShock controller didn't even like come out yet.
Pre-Ape Escape.
Yes, exactly. So, and here's the thing: Legends 2 did come out after the DualShock, so it does have analog controls, but they're not actually analog controls. When I played, I noticed, hey, wait a second, I can set the right joystick to aim like a modern third-person and/or first-person shooter game. That sounds amazing. All I need now is like a target reticle in the center of the screen. But it's not actually analog. What it does is it takes the up, down, left, and right inputs of your joystick and just moves the camera like that. It kind of just automates having to like hold down the look button and then pressing the D-pad buttons. So it's not true analog. But I think that if you took Mega Man Legends and just gave it like a proper double joystick movement and or aiming scheme, Legends would play like a dream. Like it actually, once you've gotten used to the controls like I have, it's really fun. Like, I know these like little movements to like move him in like a perfect circle, and I know how to get him like tight circles, so I can like collect all the refractors really easily. Running and jumping and like grabbing onto a ledge feels so satisfying, and then climbing up. So I think if it just had some modern controls on it, I think Legends would stand toe to toe with like modern action games. It's just, unfortunately, it was kind of ahead of its time, and it came out before control schemes. Well, I mean, I don't even want to say it came out before
you even had a good controller.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not even a control scheme. There wasn't even a good controller for it before the DualShock set the standard for all consoles going forward.
I'm trying to imagine, because like I've played like Ratchet and Clank with like the strafe lock, so that's like you're always strafing, and you rotate the camera rather than like free walking around.
That's pretty much how Legends works, except L1 and R1 is what rotates the camera.
Yeah. I'm trying to like visualize like walking around, because like if I use a DualShock with Legends, will it recognize the analog stick as the directional buttons?
For Legends 1, it doesn't. It just has no DualShock input at all, because it predates the DualShock, so there's not even a way to have it recognize your analog stick, so you have to play it with D-pad.
Dang.
Legends 2, you can enable the DualShock controls, but they're not analog controls, and that's the issue. So like all it really does is let you use your analog sticks as a replacement for up, down, left, right D-pad buttons. That's literally all it does. At least as far as I can tell. Other people have told me that's not the case, but when I play, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like when you press like anything on the joystick, it doesn't move smoothly. It's just like it's literally just cardinal directions on the joystick. So I just play without it. Welcome back.
I'm back, by the way, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, it's all good. We're discussing how Legends was ahead of its time, and no one appreciates it.
Yeah. The tank controls are they take a little bit of getting used to, but once you are used to them, it's fine.
Yeah. If you do play Legends 1, by the way, another thing I recommend besides messing with both control schemes, I also recommend grinding a lot in the early game, because there's a very difficult boss rush that they just throw you at. Right at the start of the game. If you hear them talking about pirates, you've gone too far. Don't proceed back into the city. Please get a lot of Zenny and buy power-ups.
Oh, you're talking about against the 3 dudes?
Yeah, they make you fight the Servbots and the Bloom Bears, and then you fight Tron, and then after Tron you have to fight Bon. It's like a boss rush. Yeah. It's very difficult for early games, especially if you're not prepared for it. So save often.
I do remember that. I did get that one did. I lost a bunch of times.
It definitely pushed my shit in when I first played it. But I then had the foresight, because I had a memory card, which is new technology, to reload my save, go to the dungeon, and just grind for Zenny. And here's the cool thing about Legends. Legends 2 would change this, but Legends 1, once you can buy your health increase like by like 1 pip, same thing for your energy canteen, which will like refills your health. You can just increase it forever. There's no cap. It'll just keep letting you increase it, and it doesn't block it off based on what part of the game you're in. So if you have the money, you can technically get yourself to like 200% health, and the game won't stop you.
I think I forgot to use my energy canteen. I forgot that I had it, but you got to be using that energy canteen. You can't be
energy
sleeping
canteen
on it.
Saves you. You drink your Gatorade.
I'm just
refreshed.
I'm the kind of gamer that I'm just get really focused on what I'm doing, and I forget to use the items in my inventory. I forget what's there. So
I have definitely done that a few times where I was like, crap, I forgot I could heal. You know what I used to do as a kid when I was fighting Tronbon, because she would kick my ass so hard. I'd run away from her and then go buy a soda out of the machine.
In the middle of the battle?
In the middle of the battle.
You can do that? Lol.
You can. You can literally go by... So you're mashing through because she's still shooting at you while the dialogue is happening. So I've had times where it's like... It's a vending machine. It costs 100 Zenny to get a soda. do you want to? And then like all of a sudden a bomb just blows up the vending machine and I go flying and I'm like, damn it. So I quickly run to where the next one is, you know?
That is awesome.
It's hilarious. So I also found out you can just, you can kick the vending machines and it'll just give you a soda instantly. So I started doing that during the battle because it was quicker. But I also found that if you kick it too many times, the vending machine explodes and then you can't use it anymore. But if you buy a soda from it, I think you can get like 3 refills out of it, and then it runs out.
Yeah.
So those are. I
didn't know you could blow up the vending machines by kicking them. That's so.
Yeah, there's a morality system in Legends actually.
I know about that because I didn't know about it at all in Legends 1, but I had to use it in Legends 2 in order to get
Crusher.
The last weapon, which I didn't even use, by the way.
Yeah, it's a whatever weapon. It's not even worth it for. It's such a cool secret that like, ooh, you have to be evil Mega Man to get it. But it's not even worth it. I mean, it depends on the gameplay you're going through because apparently it gets stronger based on how evil you are.
Like frustration.
Yes. So.
I'm looking at like Mega Man Legends on PC. Is that like a which is the best way to play the game?
I officially do not endorse piracy, but in my opinion, the best way to play Legends is to emulate it and increase the resolution and turn on a widescreen hack. I've played it like that. I play Legends and Legends 2 at like 2 to 4 times resolution, and the game looks beautiful. It's really, really nice.
I mean, I found like an abandonware, like on like an actual like released PC version of it, just on this abandonware site.
I don't think
was it actually released in PC.
I don't think it was.
I thought it was just it was on PlayStation, and then they released it on the N64 as Mega Man 64.
You might be downloading a ROM of it, but it definitely was never released for PC. But can you send me that link? Because now I'm curious what the heck you stumbled upon.
Yeah, I just typed it in. Hang on.
I did emulate it. I didn't. This on widescreen resolution adjustment sounds pretty cool.
United States.
What?
Is this real?
I've never heard of this. I'm gonna have to look into this.
Is it Rockman Dash Great Adventure to Save the World by Strawberry Soft?
Because that is a Taiwanese game that was on PC, but not regular Mega Man Legends. I think they might just be calling it this. I'm so confused. What did we find?
Mega Man Legends. I'm not familiar with this website.
Wait, the reception. I'm looking at the Wikipedia.
Okay, yeah, it says it was released in Taiwan.
So it's in the reception of it, the PC and Nintendo 64 version had lower averages. So there was a PC version.
What?
Really?
I guess I
didn't know there was a PC version.
Huh.
PC version received a more negative review. GameSpot gave it a bad 3.6 out of 10.
Damn.
Cringe. Saying the PlayStation port is better.
I've never heard of this.
Wacky.
I did emulate it. The only time I like used any like emulator things to like do anything to it is just when I wanted to grind for Zenny against the Golden Bird into that. The
Mirok, I believe it's called.
Yeah, I don't know its name, but yeah,
they're like Pokemon. I know some of them, not all of them.
that's you know, even with like I played it at like 10 times speed or whatever, and I just developed muscle memory to like go in the door. Yep. Shoot the bullets. I remember exactly how long to hold the button down, and then use the vacuum. Go out the door. Go turn around. Go back in the door. And I just had a perfect formula for just the order and the rate at which to hit the buttons. And it still took like a long time, even at like sped up. Yeah, it's really
they
long.
Give you. I'm glad they even include a way of getting like a ton of Zenny that way. That's nice of them.
It is nice, but it's
good for the early game.
It's still inconvenient. Like it's not that. I mean, without that bird, like I probably just wouldn't have. I don't even remember what I was saving up for.
Probably the Shining Laser, because the Shining Laser cost like several million Zenny to upgrade completely.
Yeah, I think it probably was. I know. Laser.
I know it's a crazy expensive item to upgrade to begin with, and then the final attack upgrade costs you 1 million Zenny flat just because.
I don't think I upgraded it. I just got it.
I mean, at that point, if you're emulating, I mean, I did this on my. I mean, I'm playing through Legends 2 right now. I'm near the end of the game. I'm showing my girlfriend the game, so I'm like, she loves it. She's fallen in love with Tronbon. She thinks she's great.
Tronbon is great.
She is fantastic.
Tronbon is so cool.
She's amazing too. She's like just a good ass character. She's got some nuance to her.
She kills cops. She blows up children's
In
hospitals.
fairness, she becomes friends with the cop in Misadventures of Tronbon. So that kind of makes up for it.
That's what I dislike about her. That's the one black mark on her character, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, she's working. She can't stoop to. No, I like. She should be full anarchy.
Well, in fairness, it's not like she doesn't plunder and destroy the island she goes to. It's just she just kind of helps this one cop who's like, oh no, I'm gonna get fired, and she's like, well, she's like, I'll throw you a bone.
I know.
But for emulating, I just turned on the infinite Zenny cheat and then turned it off because it instantly jumps your Zenny to like 9999999. And so I've just been coasting off of that for my whole playthrough.
You know what?
Because I'm I don't want to grind.
I wanted to do it like I mean, I kind of cheated, but I sort of did it. I sort of did the grind.
I've already put in my time, okay? When I was a kid.
If I was doing it again and I had an option to just like, can I please just fast forward through spending an hour and a half grinding? Like, yeah, I've done it. It's fine.
I've done it already, so like I don't have any qualms about cheating to get through that part. That's the only thing I cheated at, though. Everything else I'm playing legit. I just don't want to have to sit there and get like billions of Zenny for no reason.
Although, when you're in the mood for it, there's something to be said for just, okay, I gotta grind Zenny for an hour, whatever. Just put on a YouTube video. Just do it. Just do it.
I believe it was designed to help to incentivize you to explore, because it's like, well, you need a bunch of Zenny, so what are you going to do? So the idea is that you were supposed to go and explore, because I did this in Legends 1. I would explore every single nook and cranny that I could possibly get to, and then by the time I was done, I've explored whatever was available to me, and then I come back and I'm like, oh, I'm like several thousand Zenny richer, and I've explored and found more items.
Without a guide, like, because I didn't like refer to a guide extensively, but when I was missing something, I would look up like where to find a certain item or something like that. Without that, all I would have been able to do was like go back through every dungeon and explore everywhere. And if I was doing that like back in the day, then like, I probably just would have accrued. It would have taken me months to beat the game, but I would have accrued all kinds of Zenny just from the exploration and stuff. So. Yeah, I mean,
Legends is an interesting balance, because you can play it like a traditional Mega Man game and beat it in like an hour if you really wanted, or if you want to treat it more like an adventure RPG, you can actually spend like days playing this game and getting lost in it. It's all optional. Oh, yeah. You don't have to do it,
I honestly felt a little bit bad after I looked up some stuff about Legends 1, because when I went, I think I was looking for maybe like the bone, or like I had missed the bone or something like that.
Oh, yeah, it's like in a hole somewhere.
Yeah, it's just like there's stuff just like in holes in walls. And like when I looked it up and I went and I found it, I was like, that wasn't that hard. I could have just, if I just made a cursory sweep of like the dungeons I'd been to already, like I could have found this myself. Like, damn.
Yeah, it does kind of feel bad.
I cheated not only the game, but also myself. I learned nothing.
Well, you know what? If you just give it a year and then come back to the game, and you'll have forgotten all about it. So
probably true.
Legends 2 helps mitigate some of the grinding too. I've noticed where there are certain dungeons, they're optional dungeons. You need to get like the digger's license for it, where the prize at the end is like a giant refractor. And I looked at it, I'm like, oh, cool. Like I remember in Legends 1, we needed these to repair various machines. But in this one, they literally say you could probably sell it for a bunch of money. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. Which is ironic, because in Legends 1, this always bugged me. In Legends 1, you start the game with a large blue refractor because of the opening cutscene where he steals it out of the chamber.
Right.
And you have it for the rest of the game. And I'm like, but you don't You don't use
it's
it
not
for
useful.
anything.
It's not useful, and
And I
theoretically you
remember-
could sell it. Yeah,
I remember specifically reading in the manual, and even in, I think, a GamePro magazine that reviewed the game, they were like, you can go to the bank and you can trade in your refractors for Zenny. And I'm like, whoa, really? So that's what the blue thing is for. But no, it absolutely, you cannot. It's just there for the rest of the game.
sad.
So I guess you just have to pretend, like, in universe, that's what people do. So I'm like, yeah.
Aren't Zenny just little refractors? Like, isn't that what they are?
So, yes and no. I don't think Legends has reverted back to, like, for lack of a better term, the gold standard, and everyone's keeping around, like, little bullion in, like, a sack somewhere. I think the idea is that you can trade in refractors for money, because everyone is so dependent upon them as a power source. So the idea is, like, different refractors of different sizes and purities can be traded in at a bank who appraise the refractor that you have, and then they give you money in exchange. So I think they still run off of, like, a paper and coin money system.
So it's like, it's as good as money, but it's like the refractors that you find are as good as money, but they're not literally the money, the Zenny that you're trading with.
For instance, I believe there's a side mission in Legends 1 where the Servbots steal a bunch of money from a bank, and you're supposed to catch them. And it's a briefcase full of dollar bills, not like refractors. It's not like a super heavy, jangly box of refractors. It's money.
I do remember that.
There's actually content in Legends that I've never seen because I'm such a pansy and I can't bring myself to do it. If you let them steal the money, like, there's 3 options. You can either catch them and return the money, catch them and keep the money, which instantly turns you full evil Mega Man, or you can let them get away. And if they get away, they buy a plot of land in downtown and build a burger restaurant. I've never seen this content for myself because I never let them get away, but
that only happens if they get away. Because, like, I think I didn't let them get away, but I remember that they have a restaurant in downtown later. Don't you, like?
You have to. Well, that's why they were stealing the money to fund the restaurant.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different thing. There is. I did not let them get away, but there is a restaurant in the town later where the Servbots are behind the counter. Maybe there's, like, a different.
I don't know if there's another way to trigger it. I don't know how to get that to work.
I think,
but I've only ever, because, like, they're stealing the money to fund the restaurant. So one would assume logically that if you let them get away with it, then they build it. I guess you could also just not trigger that cutscene and maybe they, like, still build it anyway. I don't know.
I definitely did the thing, and I swear there's got to be some other way to do it because I went to that restaurant.
It's possible. I don't know what it is though because I have never seen it myself. The only way that I have seen it is I saw someone who had like model rips of, like, the whole thing, and I was able to, like, see the restaurant, like, in a 3D viewer. I was like, oh, cool! I've never seen this before.
Based.
Cool as hell. I love the Servbots. I don't know why everyone lets them get away with everything though. Like, they're clearly the pirates that are attacking the city, and yet they just go around and do things, and everyone's like, this small yellow child came by lately, and he said something funny. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, those are the pirates. Why are you guys okay with it? Why isn't the whole town collectively running up to them and kicking them?
Because they're so cute. They're so cute and sweet and nice and friendly, and who, you know.
That's their defense mechanism.
And they're just a little guy. They're just a little guy.
He's just a little guy. Who could hate a face like that?
I'm trying to think. I didn't. Oh, Gib. I wanted to ask. Have you played any more Inscription, or have you put that down for the moment?
I put it down for the time being. I know,
but
everyone
video game. But
says, like, oh, you're just
game.
You haven't seen the big reveal,
the big twist,
where something happens and you'll go, oh my god, I can't possibly tell this to anyone.
I mean, I know that you have not seen the full game, but
yes.
Okay, just curious because we didn't talk about it last week. Twitch, are you familiar with Inscription?
I am not.
It's in short, it's kind of a horror themed card-based deck building game.
Oh wait, Wait. I think is this the one with like the
Don't
weird...
spoil it. Don't say anything.
No spoiling.
Okay.
No spoiling. This is just like the first thing. Isn't there like a weird like swamp man or something?
Yeah, the guy with the eyes, the crazy eyes.
Yeah,
you're in his like swamp cabin or something, or
and like you look around his cabin and you're looking for clues for like yes. I have seen a playthrough of that. I am familiar with it. It's pretty cool.
Okay. Yeah. I made Gib play it.
That it does seem like a really cool game. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty fun. But I can't talk about it because Gib has failed. Has failed me. Because
I suck. I suck at the game.
No, you don't.
The only way to fail is not to play, and I'm not currently playing.
You're supposed to lose a lot of times. It's fine.
But that just makes me upset. I hate losing.
Just think to yourself. Just think every time you lose. Just think great.
Just think it's great.
Great people have walked this path. Great people have failed at this same game so many times, and I follow in their footsteps now. Now it's my turn.
Footsteps to my grave.
Now it's my turn. Exactly.
No, I'm just joining a line of losers over here.
Choosing a bunch. Damn. Can't believe all these gamers have like lost this game so many times.
You know
like I'm a much better gamer than them because I just quit. I didn't lose.
Yeah, you knew how to leave a losing battle. You were like, you know what? I'm not going to lose again. I'm going to choose to leave.
It's valid.
I'm gonna go like chop down 100 million trees in RuneScape.
You know what?
Thanks.
There's a quote. I don't know if it's by Bruce Lee or if it's just people attributing it to Bruce Lee because people love making up quotes on the internet. What is it? Do not fear failure, for there is glory even in great attempts.
I think, yeah,
it's
I've probably
true.
heard that.
I don't know if that's from him, but I know that's a good quote, and I like that one. I don't care
That's
who it's
me.
from.
That's me.
I don't fear failure. I just don't like it.
My face when I'm basking in the glory of my great attempts because I beat a video game. I'm just resplendent.
I'll get around to it.
Resplendent in my.
That's a good word.
Splendor. Yes, thank you. Shit! I'm trying. My dad used a really good 50-cent word over Thanksgiving. I'm trying to remember. Oh, what was it?
You know, I've heard so many people say, like, for 50-cent word, I've heard that phrase used, but everyone has a different denomination of money every time someone says it. I've heard that's a good $5 word, it's a good $1 word.
For me, it's 50 cents. I would not pay more than 50 cents for a word, no matter how good.
I'm just saying, I've always
comment.
Everyone's got a different. You know what? Inflation, I guess that can probably throw it off.
What were you saying, Gib? Yeah, in Joe Biden's America, a 50-cent word now costs $1.
Thanks, Obama.
Thanks, Obama. What were you saying, Gib?
I had a question. I know this is not actually related to the Mega Man lore at all, but what the heck is Mighty Number 9? And what happened?
You got the right person on for this.
I haven't played it, so I mean, I know.
All I know is that there's a Kickstarter.
Yeah,
there was a Kickstarter to make like a Mega Man thing from a Mega Man person, and it sucked.
So wait, so hold on. You got the right person on for this because I am somewhat of a Mighty Number 9 expert.
Hell yeah!
So, Keiji Inafune was like the guy he was the Mega Man guy for 25 years.
He was known as the Mega Man guy.
He was known as the Mega Man guy, but I would dare say he is the Mega Man guy because Akira Kitamura, who made Mega Man, like he basically was like the guy who made it with Inafune basically like as his partner, like the next in command, so to speak. And the two of them worked on Mega Man 1, but Mega Man was Kitamura's baby, basically. He made it. But he dipped at like Mega Man 3, and then Inafune took over. So I would say for the majority of the franchise, Inafune was the one. You know, he's not Mega Man's stepdad. He's the dad who stepped up. You know what I mean? Quite literally.
Yeah. He was basically. He might not have been like the guy who like came up with the design initially, but he was sort of in charge of the series for like a long time.
Yeah, and he helped shape like the direction of it along with his team. He always mentions like everyone always calls him the father of Mega Man, and he himself in every interview where someone's like, you know, Mr. Inafune, people say that you're the father of Mega Man, and he always the first thing he does is he corrects them, and he's like, people call me that. I didn't make Mega Man. I just kind of took over for it. Mega Man is a team effort. It was created by myself, or it was created by Akira Kitamura and myself, But Mega Man is a team effort. It's made by all the people who work on it. Because, yeah, there's actually a surprising amount of flexibility I found in the Mega Man franchise, or who gets how much say in like what happens in like the series. So it's really interesting. I like that it's always kind of been a team effort, but he is like the figurehead of Mega Man. So I won't go into every single excruciating detail, but around this time, I'm going to say 2010, I actually met him at New York Comic Con.
Does he like speak English?
Very basic English. He had a translator there. So
okay.
But he was really nice. He was basically revealing the Mega Man Legends 3 dev room project, which was basically saying, we're going to create a forum. You can go here. We're going to have contests and things. You can submit ideas, and if the ideas win the contest, we'll put them in the game. It was really great. But then he was like, I'm going to be doing autograph signings at 2:00. So I like dipped, because I was like, okay, I want to stay here for this, but I know that this panel that I'm in right now is being recorded. I can get all this information later. I'm going to run over to the autograph thing, and I'm glad I did, because I just barely got online. So I met the guy. He signed my copy of Mega Man X1. I got to tell him, I was like, listen, you inspired me since I was a kid. I want to make video games the same way that you do. Your creations and your ideas and the Mega Man franchise mean so much to me. And he seemed like really like touched by that. So I have a picture of myself with him. I actually made a Mega Man X t-shirt. Like it's a blue t-shirt, but it has like X's like chest plate on it. And I made myself a blue baseball cap that had like X's like helmet stuff on it. He thought it was cool. I thought it was cool. If I still had it, I'd wear it. That's another story. But anyway, he was a very nice guy. I think he really does, despite his reputation now, I think he really does care about his fans, and I think he really does care about making video games. I just think that he's become very misguided in recent years. But anyway, he announced Mega Man Legends 3, he announced Mega Man Universe, which was basically Mario Maker, but for Mega Man in so many terms. And I got to play a demo of it. It was not half bad. It played like Mega Man powered up in the way that it felt. It wasn't half bad. And then around this time, Capcom was like, hey, I know everyone's really excited for this whole Legends 3 thing, but we never said that we were going to make this game. And he's like, huh? And so it turns out they never actually officially greenlit the game. So everyone was like, what the hell? You made this dev room. There's all these materials made for it. There's like clearly like a demo being developed. And the demo for the game was going to be its own little contained story, and just kind of like what they did with 2, because they had the Japanese only demo game that was its own game. It never got ported to America for some reason. We never got to play Roll's Critical Moment. Where she gets tied up and she's in a crate, and you can choose to join Tronbon in that mission. It's really funny.
It sounds awesome. Yeah, but anyway.
So it was going to be its own story, but like literally its own prologue story, where like if you play Legends 3 and you didn't play the demo, you're going to be like, huh? Like it's just Legends 3 was just going to pick up as its own thing, and the prologue was going to cover the build up to them launching the rocket and getting him off the moon. So that much is confirmed. There's other story details, which I cannot talk about on the podcast because I've been sworn to secrecy about it, and I might actually get someone in trouble if I do.
Wait, really?
Yes,
Wow.
I know some things about...
Well, now you gotta tell. I'm sorry, you gotta tell us that. You gotta tell us. You gotta spill the beans. You gotta spill the beans.
Listen, I don't want to have to deal with the bean spillage, but that's gonna be... I will tell you one thing.
All right.
There was a fan theory based on the character Barrel and Barrett that people guessed pretty much right away, and I'm just going to say that fan theory was onto something, and I will say nothing else. So that's as much as I can say, because Barrett, I don't want to get someone in trouble.
Who's Barrett?
He's the red-haired guy that you were going to play as in the demo.
Oh, he was from the next game. He was from 3.
He was from 3, where he can like run up the walls, and he has like the cool boots, and he does like awesome flying kicks and stuff. He was really awesome. He rides the really sick, nasty motorcycle. It's cool.
Is he like on the cover art, or like the
there was lots of art of him actually. It's really a shame that he didn't,
Yeah. Well, I didn't.
But anyway,
interesting.
This is besides the point of how we're supposed to be on Mighty Number 9. I'm just saying that Legends had a lot of love in it. Keiji Inafune is not a horrible person like everyone makes him out to be. He really is a good guy.
He did a lot of damage to his reputation with the whole Mighty Number 9 thing.
And so what happened was Capcom was like, this is how this all went down, and this is where things start to fall apart for Inafune and everything else. Capcom was like, we never said we were going to make Legends 3. We never said we were actually going to do that. You just kind of got that in your head. But we never agreed to it. We never actually said we were going to do that. So he's like, okay, well, I would like to form my own studio within Capcom, because he's like, I'm at the top. Like, Inafune, I'm telling you, was like literally the top executive at Capcom. You could not go any higher. It was him and a bunch of other people who managed the company, but they're like not game developers like he was, like where he worked his way up from like, just an artist. So he's like, I want to make my own game studio. I want to get back to making games. He's like, I'll take a pay cut, I'll demote myself, whatever it is. I just want to make games again. I don't want to be at the top here. I can't do anything anymore.
Yeah.
And Capcom basically said, no way, we're not giving you your own studio. You're going to stay right where you are and you're going to like it. So he said, well, in that case, I'm going to finish up all of my currently open projects and I'm going to resign from Capcom. He's like, I want to finish the projects that I'm on. I don't want to like leave them. He thought he was doing something nice by saying that, by saying like, well, I started all these projects. I don't want to like just drop them. That would be stupid. Yeah. And Capcom said, and I quote, that will not be necessary, and then fired him. And he was kicked out of Capcom. People say that he resigned, and like, yeah, that's true. He was intending to resign. But what really happened is when he had this conversation with Capcom and they denied him the studio to develop games, like kind of like how the Clover Studios was like, a studio that, even though they were their own devs, they like worked under Capcom.
Clover is the one that made Okami, right?
Okami, Beautiful Joe, God Hand, and then they eventually went on to go become Platinum Games and stuff. Yeah,
Platinum, yeah.
Right.
So he kind of wanted the same deal. He wanted his own studio within Capcom to make games the way that they did, because he wants to get back in like the creative aspect of it. But they basically said no way, and he said, okay, well, once I finish all of these games, I'm going to respectfully resign because I want to make my own game studio where I can develop games how I want. And Capcom basically gave him the boot and they said no. So around this time is what Mega Man fans, I don't think we have a term for it, but this was like the great cancellation of 2011. Yeah. Where basically Legends 3 got canceled, Mega Man Universe got canceled. And then we've later come to find out that a whole bunch of other unannounced Mega Man games got canceled, like Star Force 4, and that Maverick Hunter first-person shooter game got canceled. It was just, they were just canceling Mega Man games left, right, and center. It was really bad. Yeah. So then a little bit after that, Inafune founds his own company.
That Maverick Hunter game, that looks so ridiculous. Like, I actually, on the one hand, it sort of leaves a bad taste in the mouth. Like, why would they do that? But on the other hand, it's just so absurd that like I kind of would have liked to see what would that have been like?
And you know what? People, again, always give Inafune lots of crap for this, because they're like, oh, he's a hack, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, no, he's actually kind of ahead of his time. He wanted to do Mega Man Universe, and there is a story by, it's an article by Protodude, Brian, on Twitter, who, he basically, spilled the beans about the development of Mega Man Universe. And yeah, Inafune really kind of mishandled it, but he had a great idea that he just didn't know how to, like, manage it. And so the project fell apart. But it was basically Mega Man Maker, like Mario Maker before that. So the idea was brilliant.
It's not a terrible idea just on its face.
And then on top of that, Mega Man X Maverick Hunter, whatever the hell it was going to be called, first person thing.
Yeah.
If you look at it, it actually plays very similar to Doom 2016, where you run around in first person mode, you're shooting enemies, and then you do what is effectively a glory kill on them, and you take their weapon and ammo, which is exactly how the mechanic works in Doom 2016. So I'm not saying that like they copied them or anything, but I'm saying like the idea was there, and it I'm sure if we got to play it, it probably would have felt pretty decent to play. It's just unfortunate we never got a chance.
I would have given it a fair shake. I really would have.
Yeah. I was against it at first because I'm like, this looks stupid. But then I was like, well,
it does look pretty stupid though.
but I was also kind of open to new ideas at the time, where I'm like, it's just a new interpretation of Mega Man. Like, I used to be against Battle Network, but that grew on me and became one of my favorite series. But anyway, again, I'm sidetracking here. So
that's how I felt. That's how I felt about Legends too. Like before I played.
Yeah, exactly. I think everyone should just be open-minded to give everything a fair shake. Yeah. Totally. So. He forms Concept after he gets let go from Capcom. Capcom cancels everything. He even admits, he goes, I think in one thing he said, it is my biggest regret that I left Capcom when I did, because I feel bad for the fans that were expecting these games that will now never get them. And he said something kind of charming once. He said, someone asked him something like, if you had all the Dragon Balls, what would your one wish be? And he said his one wish would be to release Legends 3.
Oh, God.
And I'm like, man.
Jeez.
Because you have to understand, he was like asked about it for years. When is Legends 3 coming? When is Legends 3 coming? People on his team were just taking their time to make demos for like a potential Legends 3 proof of concept. And he's like, it's not in my hands. I can't do anything about it, guys. Like, I can't greenlight the game. So when Legends 3 and Universe and all that other stuff happened, he basically was kind of throwing around his executive weight, because he was at a point now where he could do that. As a matter of fact, Inafune was kind of infamous for this within Capcom internally, where he would basically greenlight a game and dump a ton of budget into it so that Capcom couldn't cancel it. Because it would basically, it would be like, so
we've spent too much on it already. We can't lose that investment. I think.
So for instance, Dead Rising, right? Mm-hmm. He goes to Capcom execs and he's like, hey, listen, guys, I want to make a zombie game. I'm paraphrasing, but this is more or less what he said. I want to make a zombie game. And they said, we already have Resident Evil. And he goes, no, not like horror survival game. I want to make a different kind of zombie game. One where, and he basically describes Dead Rising, and they were like, "No, that's a dumb idea. We already have a flagship zombie game. We're not going to make another one. That doesn't make any sense." So he said, "Okay," and then he just started development on Dead Rising anyway, and then threw a bunch of money behind it. And Capcom was like, "Listen, man, this better be a successful game, because if it's not, you're going to be in a lot of trouble." And he goes, "Yeah, okay." Well, 4 Dead Rising games later, and I would say that it was a pretty big success. Everyone loved Dead Rising when it came out. They've sort of petered off at the end there because they went to different developers, but it was still it was a success. Then he said, hey, you know what? We don't have any shooter games. And Capcom said, shooter games are for Americans. We're not a Western developer. We're not going to make first-person shooters. And he goes, yeah, I know, but I want to make like a Japanese shooter game. Like, what would a Japanese developed shooter game look like? Because at the time, there really weren't any. And so he basically pitched Lost Planet. And they were like, no, that's stupid. We're not going to do that. Just let the Western developers do that. Blah, 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 blah. So he goes, okay. And then he threw a bunch of money behind it. And I don't remember which game came first, if it was Dead Rising or Lost Planet. But I know the second time he did that, Capcom said to him, if this game is not successful, you are going to be let go. We're going to fire you for wasting all of our money. And of course, both games were a success, so that didn't happen. That was,
how delightful.
So he's pretty ballsy when it comes to that sort of thing. So basically what happened is third time's the charm. He tries to do that for Mega Man, and he I guess not green lights, but he works on all of these Mega Man projects, and Capcom basically said, all right, that's enough. We don't care if it's going to waste our money. We're just going to cancel all these games. So that's what they did. They said, we got to put a stop to this. He's basically throwing around our money.
He can't keep getting away with it.
We don't want to gamble with this money, because if Mega Man doesn't do well, we'll have wasted all this money. And the same thing with Legends 3. The Legends series historically has not ever really sold all that well, despite the fact that it's very popular and is a cult series. So they were like, we're not going to take a chance on Legends 3, and they canceled it. So fast forward to Mighty Number 9. He makes Concept, and he's basically like, hey, I just started a brand new company. I don't really have the capital to make anything yet, but I'm going to do Kickstarter. And the Kickstarter campaign went really well at first, and it got funded like immediately, and everyone was super hype. And he basically is like, I'm going to give people the Mega Man that Capcom won't give them. I'm going to make a new Mega Man game. I'm going to make a new TV show. I'm going to make merchandise. I'm going to make all these different things that I've always wanted to do at Capcom, but they would never let me do it because they were always like controlling everything. And that's where things start to fall apart. In so many words, he basically bit off way more than he could chew. And I just don't think he understands how like crowdsourcing looks to people. It's bad optics when you crowdsource a game and then you're like not delivering on certain things, or you're late on delivering things, or things don't come out the way that you promised. You know, for me personally, I think I donated like $80. That's all I could afford at the time. I would have donated more at the time, and I still would have donated more even today, knowing everything that happened. I still really did believe in this project, and I looked at it as like a donation. I didn't look at it as like an investment like most people did. I was like, I'm going to donate this money to it. And I'm like, if the game sucks, the game sucks. But I love the guy and I'm willing to give him a chance. So I can't even describe the entire debacle with the Kickstarter because a lot of things
what do
went
I
wrong.
know about it? I mean, I know that
not all of it was his fault, but he did take the fall for a lot of it. So
I know that people didn't.
Yeah, I guess I feel a bit bad saying that the game sucks. I haven't played it. So that's just what I've heard.
And so that's the thing.
Say.
I've played the game and I love it. It's a great game. It's not perfect. It's got a few things wrong, but it sets such a great foundation for what could be an amazing game.
I mean, Mega Man
like,
1 was bad.
That's exactly what I said. I'm like, Mega Man 1 was bad, but you know what? We have, and I again, I'm not trying to again like glorify Inafune and like lick his asshole over here, but Mega Man 1 like sucked, and Capcom just didn't want to release it again. They were like, Mega Man's a dead franchise, whatever, it's stupid. And Inafune and Kitamura basically put their heads together and they said, no, listen, this could be something really great. This is actually a lot of fun. It's got a lot of potential. And the success story of Mega Man is that Capcom basically told them, you can work on making a sequel to Mega Man as long as you do it in your spare time and it doesn't cut into this other fantastic game that we're going to be working on. I think it was like a baseball murder mystery game. I don't know, something stupid.
Okay.
And so they said, all right, cool. And they literally worked on Mega Man 2, Inafune, Kitamura, and their team made Mega Man 2 in their spare time, and it exploded.
I've heard this one. I've heard that
the rest is history, you know?
Yeah.
So, you know, I was always of the mindset, okay, Mighty Number 9 is not a perfect game, but neither was Mega Man 1. And I'm like, just look at what happened when Mega Man 2 came out, you know? And so a lot of people, I think, were tainted by how poorly the Kickstarter was handled. There was a lot of things that went wrong with it, which I'm not even going to make excuses for. There's lots of people out there who think that I'm like an Inafune, like, you know, Bible thumper or something. Like, I'm sorry, but the guy gave me like 25 years of Mega Man, and
he definitely made some mistakes.
You know, he definitely made some mistakes. I'm not going to like say that he didn't, but he was also responsible for a lot of good that, you know, helped me grow up as a person and like gave me so many years of like you don't just fail to the top of a company. You know what I mean? He didn't just screw up. Like
not
he didn't
when
anything.
You're like creative director and you're like he did worked his way up from like he was just like a concept artist.
He was an artist. That's all he did. He just did the art for Mega Man 1 as far I think that's what he started as. Like that was
actually
like his
pretty
start.
ridiculous that's like he started where he started and then he
he was literally at the top. There were no more promotions for him. He could not go any higher in Capcom, which is why he's just started throwing his weight around to make creative decisions about games and stuff. And of course, the other executives who are not game developers didn't like that, you know? So, you know, that's just how it is. So he made a lot of mistakes, but Mighty Number 9, I don't think was one of them. I think it's actually a competent game. It plays really well, and I think a lot of the issues that people have with it come from their preconceptions about about it being a successor to Mega Man, and also a lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth from how badly he botched the Kickstarter towards the latter half of things, and other decisions that he made, which of course I don't agree with, and I think were dumb. But I don't think he was acting maliciously, and I think that's the problem, is that a lot of people attribute his bad decisions to like maliciously trying to scam people out of their money.
Yeah, he was scamming people, or he was like,
deliberately
making false promises or something.
And I'm like, wow, you know, last I checked, scams are usually profitable for the person running the scam. He scammed himself right into bankruptcy. So I guess, what a good guide. A scam artist who takes himself out. Like, what do you. So,
I see.
But Mighty Number 9 itself as a game, I think is a lot of fun. It's very fast paced. Like, I feel like I'm playing Mega Man X1 or like the Super Nintendo X games because of how the dash mechanic works. It's very fast, very fluid, and I think just too many people don't understand what they were going for. The comparison that I make a lot of times is that Mighty Number 9's dash mechanic is to Mega Man as the egg throwing mechanic in Yoshi's Island is to Mario. It would be like if you played Yoshi's Island and you were like, why do I have to throw eggs? It's a Mario game. I just want to jump on people. Like, well, okay, sure, but you have to kind of learn the mechanics of the game to get the most out of it. Otherwise,
is there something weird about
stuck.
Mighty's dash?
Well, the dash itself feels great, but the way that you kill enemies in Mighty Number 9 is you shoot them enough times and then they like destabilize, like they get stunned. And there's like a big blue aura around them, and it has a humongous hitbox, and all you have to do is dash in their general direction, and you like absorb them. Oh. And when you do that, it like refills your health, or it can give you points, or it can give you like power-ups. Each one does like a different thing. And so that's how you actually defeat enemies. Now, if you don't shoot them, which I don't know why you would, you can sit there and just leave them alone, and they'll kind of just blow up on their own. Or if you keep shooting them, they'll eventually blow up because you've shot them too many times. So the idea is to hit them enough times to stun them and then dash through them. And so a perfect screen of Mighty Number 9 would be lining up your shots, stunning all the enemies on the screen, and then dashing through them in like one smooth motion. Like doing a dash on the ground, getting a first couple of ones, doing a dash jump into the air so that you're lined up with the next ones that were maybe like floating, and then doing an air dash through that one. So you do like a nice like S motion through the screen, and you've absorbed everyone on the screen.
I didn't know any of this. I thought it was just exactly like Mega Man.
No, so the way that it works is that you basically stun the enemies and then absorb them. And when you absorb them, they'll often give you like a power-up. And usually these power-ups are consistent. So for one, you'll like beat a guy and he'll give you like a speed power-up where your speed is doubled for like the next however many seconds. I think it's like 30 seconds. And then they'll give you a set of screens which you can make it through on your own, but now that you have the speed power up, there's an obvious like pattern. Like, have you ever watched like speedrunning? How people say, "Oh, you want to get on like a good cycle, and then you can like get through it." Like, that's how the game is. That's how the game is set up. They want you to get that like speed power up and get through the screen on the right cycle. And then if you don't, well, you can just get through it, but you're going to do it slower or do it the hard way.
I gotcha.
Same thing with like an attack power up. The attack power-up lets your shots travel through enemies and deal more damage. And so you'll get an attack power-up on the previous screen, but then on the next one, they will purposely set up enemies that are set up like 3 in a row so that you can't hit the ones behind them. But now that you have the attack power-up, you can hit that entire row in like one shot. So you can absorb all of them at once. You're
making me curious. You're making me want to give it a try, maybe.
You absolutely should. I think even as if you're just a Mega Man fan, I still think you should play Mighty Number 9. It feels great. On PC, I should note. On PC is how I would do it. I will not defend the fact that Mighty Number 9 has some... It's only in like a few places, so I guess it's kind of a defense. Some really random performance issues in like a few very specific parts of the game. Never enough that I felt it was game breaking, but just for no reason the screen it'll just chug for some reason in like a few sparse areas. But on PC I never ran into that issue. So
maybe it's giving me an idea. Maybe if I could get my internet sorted out a little, just make sure I wouldn't have it. Maybe I could like stream myself playing.
I say go into it blind.
Bust out the old Twitch stream. Not you,
Dust
of course.
It off.
Yeah, no relation. And
no relation.
And maybe I could stream Mighty Number 9. That might be fun. Might be funny.
I think it's worth it. I think, and you want to know what else? This is blasphemous for me to say. I think Mighty Number 9 does certain things better than Mega Man 11.
Oh my god!
I know that's horrible, but
fuck.
So Mega Man 11 has extreme, and I know the irony of this when I say it. It has very robotic animations for Mega Man. He moves very stiff.
There's a YouTube video about the animations of Mega Man. Have you seen that one? Mm-hmm.
I've seen that one. From 8-bit to like 11, he did the whole thing.
Yeah, I don't remember what his name is, but yeah, I have seen a breakdown of like all the different the different ways that he's animated across the different games. It was really it's really interesting.
A great video.
Yeah.
But in Mega Man 11, your run sprite, or your run animation, I should say, is the thing that you're going to see the most in the game, and it is so robotic and like stiff and gross, and I'm like, what is this? And also when you shoot, like the shots are kind of weird, like they kind of like hover in place, like they hover in place or follow your buster or something like that, and the shots don't kind of like come out the way that they're supposed to. Like the muzzle flash and the resulting shot don't line up correctly in Mega Man 11 somehow. I don't know why or how they did that.
I could probably notice what you're talking about if I went back and I looked for it. Right.
But in Mighty Number 9, there's like no robotic animation. The animations for Beck, that's Mighty Number 9.
Right.
He moves so fluidly and so smoothly. Like when he's running, he's got like a lot of weight to him, and it's like very animated. If you jump and like there's lots of like squash and stretch because like their limbs are kind of like a little stretchy, like cartoony.
Mm-hmm.
When he jumps, he kind of stretches out the right way, and then he kind of like snaps back up to like the rest of his mass when he's at like the top of his jump. If you're running forward and you jump and then land, he does like a little stumble before getting back to his full run. It doesn't even like affect gameplay, because like he does like it's only if you're holding forward when you land that he does like the stumble. So if you just let go of forward, you can just land completely straight, like, you know, precisely. The dash feels really good. Like he turns into this cool like data form, and like he stretches out until like this like long blue thingy. It's really the game just looks and feels nice.
I'm thinking I'm gonna have to check it out now. I kind of had written it off just based on its reputation, but
and that's the thing. A lot of people do, and I'm like, you know, it's got such a good potential though. The animations are leaps and bounds better than Mega Man 11, I think.
When they released that trailer that said something about an anime fan on prom night, I was so personally insulted that I just like, I can't believe he would say that about me.
I forgot that was that.
And you know what? A lot of people were really butthurt about that, and I was like,
I mean,
okay,
pretty cringy joke. Like, it's not a funny joke, but like,
it's not that funny.
I don't care.
But there was actually people who did care, and they were really personally offended. And I'm like, guys,
I'm an anime fan, and it's my prom night. Why would you say that about me?
I'm like, you guys would not have survived the advertisement for games in the 90s. Like, I watched a collection.
I open up my magazine to see. I open up Game Informer to see an ad for Earthbound that says this game stinks, and I say, how could they say that? How could they say that about a video? I like video games, and they're insulting one. Disgusting.
Okay, so here's an example of some edgy 90s advertisement, and this is for one. I watched a collection of PS1 commercials. Just, you know, as you do. It's funny, like in the digital age, we all want to avoid advertisements, and yet here I am watching them on purpose.
No, I hear you. Ads in the 90s were really strange, and I hazily remember them like a dream, like a nightmare that I woke up from.
So there's one for Metal Gear Solid. I don't even have to tell you the pedigree of this game. Everyone knows how the legacy of Metal Gear Solid and how legendary
it taught me that love can bloom on the battlefield.
Exactly. So you already know. The advertisement for it, I remember it's a soldier, and he's doing like push-ups and jumping jacks, and there's like a drill sergeant and like a higher up in like a business suit or something. And the drill sergeant is like, drop and give me 50, and he's like doing all the things or whatever. He's like, the soldier is like struggling to keep up with the exercises, and it's interspliced with gameplay footage and this and that or whatever. And then the higher up, the big general guy leans over and he goes, "Are you sure this is the right man for the job?" And he's like, "Yes, don't worry about it, General. It's a suicide mission anyway." And then the soldier guy looks at the screen and it zooms in and he's like, "Huh?" And then it cuts to, I don't even know if this is anywhere in the game, but it cuts to Snake. There's an explosion and Snake's character model flails through the air and like smacks into the camera. And I'm like, What the hell am I watching?
I don't know what they were. What was the? I don't know. Yeah, the Western marketing for games in that era was just so like.
It was they insulted you for wanting to play the game, and then insulted you if you didn't play the game. So you can never quite tell. So when I saw the Mighty Number 9,
I have a feeling there's probably just like two guys that are like the result, like the reason all advertising was like that.
Yeah. So
it's just sort of like, oh, somebody had like a success with some weird ad. Let's all copy them.
Yeah.
Let's all be fucked up.
So when I saw that advertising campaign for Mighty Number 9, I just laughed. I was like, haha, I get it. Like they're going for like stupid, self-referential, like edgy humor.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so like it was nothing new to me because I grew up with that kind of stuff. So I was like, whatever, like it's a riff on self-deprecating, self-referential stuff. Do I think it was the right move? No, but I also don't think it was as egregious as people make it out to be.
Yeah. It's whatever.
But separate from that, let's separate. I implore everyone to please give the game a shot with no preconceptions. It's always on sale for like a few bucks on Steam. You know, I will buy the game for people who want to play it. Ben, I will buy you Mighty Number 9.
No
it's really
fucking way.
I will. I know.
Holy shit.
I'm dipping really deep into the Maverick Hunter reserves right now. But I will buy you Mighty Number 9 to give it a shot because I think it is worth a shake.
That would be cool. I would. I can add you on Steam.
Nice.
Yeah, you can do that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, not to change the subject, but that reminds me, Gib, you gotta tell HGB guy that I bought him a video game the other day, and he has not accepted it, and it's gonna get refunded if he doesn't accept it. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Fury was on sale, and I was like, oh, I've heard of that. It's on sale. I'll buy it. And I looked at my who else has it in their wish list, and HGB guy had it in his wish list, so I bought it for him because he is cool, and but he hasn't seen it yet. I got a notification. It's like HGB guy has not accepted your gift.
I'll tell him.
Know.
I'll tell him.
I could let him know, but I won't.
Nice.
That's
I like your initiative.
That's Gibbs' brother, by the way. There's a reason.
I can physically shake him and slap him over the head, like
get him,
make him pay attention.
Yeah, get his ass.
Nice.
Yeah.
That is usually that is convenient when you have that sort of ability to do so.
Okay. We've been going for 3 hours, and I feel like we should start. I'm not saying we don't have to quit right now, but I do feel like we should move towards a resolution.
Yes.
To put it diplomatically. And then
720.
And then we can move on to voicemails. So I don't know, I guess I have I don't know, is there anything else you wanted to like talk about while you were here on our stupid little podcast, Twitch?
It's not stupid.
It is. It is stupid, you idiot.
All right, fine. Jeez.
Thank you very much.
I don't know. I'm really bad.
I get the sensation that if we wanted, we could talk about Mega Man and Mega Man accessories for any length of time, and
literally I could talk about Mega Man for days, and I'm not saying like that as an exaggeration. I'm literally saying that the amount of time I could talk about Mega Man would exceed 24 hours consecutively.
I feel
if
like
I had enough food and water, I could just keep going.
I feel like we've only scratched the surface.
Oh yeah, there's a lot more that I would love to discuss with you.
You have so many little examples of like, oh yeah, I can bring up a very specific like a thing in a reference that was here, or like the time they said this in that one time, and like in Mega Man Legends, this is just a little taste. The Z Saber item, or the Zet Saber, as they call it. Yeah.
They say that it is a toy from a TV series called Mega Man Zero.
Yes.
And that it predates the game series Mega Man Zero. So I'm just saying.
It says that? I remember that it's a toy.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
It's in the Japanese dialogue only, I think.
Okay. That's
so it's
amazing.
Interesting that they call it. They're referencing a series called Mega Man Zero, like 3 years before Mega Man 01 even came out. So it's crazy.
There's a lot.
Crazy.
Okay.
There's a lot. I could keep going, but I'm just letting you know. I'm just flexing the fact that I do have lots of little things that I could go on about. But I won't, because we've been doing this for 3 hours.
We often we've been airing more on the short side lately. But I mean, 3 hours is not hugely unusual.
It's not overly long.
Yeah.
Sometimes we go for. I don't think we've been a 5-hour episode yet.
No, we definitely did. We definitely made. I think maybe even twice.
It's funny because
oh my God.
Me and Coleman were supposed to record an episode of our podcast today. I actually don't know what the subject is going to be, but we're always like, this will be a short one, and then we always drag it out for like an hour or two.
Is that on your YouTube channel?
It's actually on his. I was just called on as a guest, and then I've become the semi-permanent co-host for the show. I just love doing it so much, and he was like, man, you're great, let's just keep talking. So like we kind of became friends, and like we've been just doing it ever since.
So wait, his name is, was it X Cole?
Coleman X.
Coleman X, there we go. And that's his YouTube channel.
That's his
too?
YouTube name. Okay. I think if you his YouTube URL, he's gonna kill me if I don't remember. He's not. I'm just look up Rambling Reploids and you'll find it.
There we go. Awesome.
Yeah, you'll find his channel that way. That's because we've done a lot of episodes of that, and so it'll show up.
I was going to ask if you've been doing it for a while.
We have. We've been doing it for a couple years now. We've covered lots of cool topics. He actually has a lot of interviews with some interesting people.
Oh, wait, he was in my chat. He was in my premiere chat, and he mentioned to me, oh, that was him. And he mentioned to me an interview with, I said I was going to check it out. He specifically mentioned one interview with someone. Darn it. I can't.
He's done interviews with a lot of people. We've talked to Ian James Corlett, who was the original voice for Megaman in the Ruby Spears cartoon.
That might have...
He meant to talk to me. I don't know if we're going to finally call in this favor, but we want to talk to Scott McNeil, who voiced Proto Man and Dr. Wily in the Ruby Spears cartoon. Scott McNeil has also done like a bajillion voices, so he's done a lot of things outside of Mega Man. But we want to talk to him. I'm trying to remember who else he's interviewed, because we've done a lot of interviews actually. So no, that wasn't him. Shoot, I can't remember, but yeah, I was gonna say, check out our channel, and not to forcibly stick a plug in here, but
no, I mean,
he does cool
please.
stuff, like it's all Mega Man related. So we always talk about neat Mega Man related topics. Usually, there's like a theme to an episode. He himself gets really great interviews, so I recommend checking out the interviews. It's a lot of fun.
He mentioned that interview to me, and I thought to myself, and I said I was going to check that out, and I wanted to check that out. And thank you for reminding me. I had almost forgotten, but yes, that's so funny. Yeah, I will go. And I will scope. I can't remember which interview he recommended to me, but I was going to go watch it, and now I remember.
Yeah, I wasn't there for the premiere, unfortunately. But I mean, I couldn't.
That's fine.
Sat there for but I watched it, afterwards. But yeah, he was even saying, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and throw it out there. Would you like to be on an episode of Ramblin' Reploids one day?
I didn't want to presume by making that suggestion, but yeah, I would guess.
We would love to have you on, and much rambling will be had.
That would be sick. Cool. We could do that. Yeah. We could do that sometime. All right.
Would love it.
Sweet. Well, it's a day. I'll pencil you in. Okay. Wait. What are you doing? What are you doing on my YouTube channel? You can't review this game. I already reviewed that game. All right.
I called dibs. I licked it. You're not allowed.
I think we're gonna move on to voicemails.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. I don't mean to kick you out.
No, it's all good. You know what? I've been kicked out before. I totally understand it.
It's been fun. It's been fun having you on. I appreciate you being here. And check out Twitch. Check out Reploid Revo on YouTube. I'm trying to think what video. I mean, the history of robotics videos is the one that I watched
Ben?
the most.
Oh no, Ben died.
It wasn't me. I swear.
What the hell?
Ben, what happened? What did you click on?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I can
now.
hear you. You just randomly left the call. I don't know what happened.
I also don't know what. Anyway,
you were plugging me, and then you got bumped off.
Oh, well, I shouldn't plug. I guess I shouldn't do it.
Just do not check out Reploid Revo on YouTube.
I was going to say that the one of your videos that I watched the most was the History of Robotics series.
I love that one. Definitely my favorites that I've done.
Because that one has, all the like world history and stuff. What other ones did I mean, the Who is X, the Who is Zero series are just very like, just very, very important information to understand. Your iceberg video was pretty good. The combined, yeah. I like that one. And I like that the one you linked me the other day, which I had seen before. The I forget what it's called, but the like everything that happens in the whole series.
Time Skimmer everything. It was Time Skimmer the whole thing. And yes. It was an April Fool's video.
All the Time Skimmer videos are good. I watched all of those, by the way.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate it, and I can't wait to continue on with that series. I think it's going to be great because people are always like, "Why don't you talk about Legends?" I want you to talk.
It's your Legends 3. It's your Legends 3.
It is, but it's not canceled. It is coming out.
Oh, okay.
I did complete all the editing for that video like several years ago, but I'll tell you what, I'm announcing it here first. I always do like an end of year video, but I'll put it out there. I'm going to be remastering pretty much all of my content.
Oh my god.
It's not going to be like a crazy undertaking, but there are certain things that like I didn't know how to do. So I'm going to be re-recording certain things because my audio quality has now been way improved. And I'm also going to be fixing a lot of editing mistakes and stuff like that. So I'll be getting to that. And I already finished the editing for Time Skimmer 6 years ago. And I think this is the perfect time to just start over again on it anyway. So it's coming. It's coming, I promise. And I'm not fooling you.
Radical.
Hell bodacious.
Yeah. All right, it is. All right, it's bodacious. It's been great. Now skedaddle.
All right. Take care, everyone. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you very much.
See you guys next time. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Sweet. Man.
What a cool
that guy knows a lot about Mega Man.
He sure does. Ben, how emasculated do you feel right now?
Let's not talk about it. Somebody in I think it was either a comment or someone in the chat in the premiere asked me like, Ben, are you the most like, do you know the most like, does anyone know as much as you about Mega Man? And I think I sheepishly said like, Reploid Revo might know as much as me. He might know as much as me, but I said that knowing full well like he definitely knows more than me. I literally played some of the games for the first time ever for the like I'd never played X5 or X6 before. Then I just doing it for the video. So like, I'm a freaking nerd. I only did one playthrough of X4. I only did the X playthrough. I didn't even do Zero's playthrough. Zero's playthrough is like even more canon. I'm a baby.
You're a fool. What a nerd you are to not have played so much.
It's so embarrassing, games. And I can't get a girlfriend because I didn't play both playthroughs of X4. Sad. Do you want to go to voicemails?
Oh, I forgot to do my quip. I forgot to do my quip where I say, "Well, where's all the Mega Woman, huh?" But it's time's
there actually
past.
Is one. Did you know there's one called Splash Woman? There's one.
Oh. What's the difference? Why is she a woman? Because
that's her name.
Okay.
I don't know what you want me to say. She's like
because they're robots. They don't procreate or reploids or like. There's no reason for them to have gender, but they're all called man.
I guess it's kind of like
it sounds.
Honestly,
cool.
I think it's probably like a Crystal Gem thing. Like it kind of doesn't matter. They just all are men, except for Splash Woman. Well, reploids are. There are more. There are like reploids are. Some of them are women. Like all most of the navigators are women. What makes them women? I don't know, because they look girly. And then I think in Zero they're like it's kind of just equal number. Yeah, I don't know.
All reploids start genderless and then they just pick if they feel.
Most of the like bosses are like they don't really look gendered one way or another. Like they just look like an animal. But I think they tend to call them he.
Square.
When they refer to them at
people.
all, I think they usually call most of them he. I can't think of any that are called she until like Alia in 5. And then I don't know why they didn't, they made Splash Woman in 9 and like she was cool. And then they didn't make any more. They had 2 more games and they didn't do any more woman. And like, why? Why not? Everybody likes Splash Woman.
Well, we'll never know because Twitch has left. They probably would have been able to tell us.
Could, honestly, he might have had more. He honestly might have had more insight into that than me. He said he was working on a video for his channel soon about Reploid siblings, which is. I thought that was an interesting topic because it actually is sort of like a mysterious thing. There are several Reploids that have like siblings, but like, what does that mean for a Reploid? And I think it kind of varies case by case. I think some of them were like originally supposed to be one robot and then they sort of split into 2, or like the 2 of them are like linked by like a single server or console or something like that.
Well, before we get to voicemails, I have. It's not really an announcement. It's just sort of a vibe I've been on. It's not really like I want to hibernate. This
you
winter.
Want to hibernate?
I'm getting on my hibernation. I'm gonna eat and I'm gonna sleep, and I'm gonna roll up in a blanket and I'm gonna not think. I've had enough of the world. You see.
Okay.
And I would encourage everyone also to do that. No more.
Everybody betray you. You're fed up with this world.
Everybody is too woke. You need to get some shut eye. Get some sleepy
the
times.
Mind virus can't
hibernate.
Get you
just go into your cave. Exactly. It's. I think it's good. I think it's what I want to do with my time.
I'm not like deliberately setting out to do that, but I think I kind of am subconsciously doing that because I really, for like a week or more now, I've really needed almond milk. And it's literally like a 10-minute walk down the street to Trader Joe's to get some. But it's just a little bit cold out. It's just a little bit moderately chilly out. And that's just, I just can't do it. So yeah, hibernation mode, I think is the vibe.
Just stack up, just get all fat, roll up, and then you don't even need to leave your room. You don't need to leave the blanket.
A cave is low.
You just burn off it all.
A cave is low key goated when hibernation is the vibe.
You should tweet that. I'll retweet it.
You know what? Fuck. I guess I will. If you insist. Cave is. Oh god, the caps lock was on. I can't. I'm so embarrassing myself.
Yeah, it wasn't really like the episode to talk about hibernating, and there's not really much to talk about. But that's my thing I'm going on. That's what I'm getting crunked on right now. Is hibernation.
That's totally. Of course. Totally normal, totally reasonable thing to say and think. I have no follow-up questions. I feel like this phrase, it needs an adjective. It needs to be not just a cave, it needs to be like a something cave, maybe like a winter cave or like a forest cave or something. Because greater specificity.
A bear hole.
A bear hole. Arboreal. Would it be too obscure to call it an arboreal cave? Yeah, it might be.
I think, maybe a little bit. I know boreal is a word that I've heard before.
Yeah, maybe just winter. Maybe wintry, a wintry cave.
Mystical cave.
All right, there we go. A wintry cave is low key goated when hibernation, and this is the vibe. Banger, viral
alert.
Banger alert. Wee wee wee. Okay.
Well, all right, let's get a voicemail.
I literally, you know what? I'm glad. Nice to have Twitch on to take up so much airtime, because other than the fact that like the video came out and I had Thanksgiving. I didn't do anything. I don't have anything else to talk about. There's nothing else I have to bring up.
Yeah. Oh, I guess
on the podcast.
Briefly, I found this website, or was told about this website called Itaku, which I'm going to be using as.
Someone showed me that. I don't know what it is.
It's a website similar-ish to Twitter, but mostly sort of like an art gallery thing. It's very easy to upload many images, and you have to tag each image at least 5 times to make sure that the tags are being used. And it's good because it allows not safe for work. It's very, very furry heavy. There's loads of furries on here, which means it's probably like the best website ever, because furries are insane and they care about their own. they care about preserving.
They look out for their own.
Yeah, they're not worried about advertisers or like stuff like that. They got a donation page, and I'm like, Twitter could go or could become like untenable, and I don't have any real place to host all of my art, especially my not safe for work art. So I'm putting it on Itaku. I'll have a little link for any of those freaks who like that shit.
Do you want to link it in the chat?
I'm linking it right here.
There we go.
There's like a thing, like I have a safe for work profile and then a not safe for work profile, which changes my avatar. And if you're like logged on, you can switch between them. And so all of the things that are not safe for work are tagged properly. Not tagged, there's like a setting. And so you can't see not safe for work things unless you have the thing turned on. So it's all good, and it's great, and it's nice. And I feel safe. I don't feel safe posting anything on Tumblr or DeviantArt or fucking anywhere. So I'm glad this website exists. That's it.
Cool, good. Hang on. Twitch sent me a message, and I just need to respond real quick. All right, let's do voicemails.
Yep.
You got them. All right. I think the first one is called "Do More." 3, 2, 1, go.
Excuse me, Benson. I think you forgot to add the line between Professor Wiley and Zero. Just kidding. Pretty good video. Mega Man's as bad as I thought.
Okay. Yeah, good. I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, did you forget to draw the line between Wily and Zero?
Yeah, I forgot to draw the line from Wily to Zero.
But visual stimulus is the only way I learn.
Even though, like, literally the entire plot of X is, did you know Wily made Zero, actually? Like, I just forgot. It's fine. The next voicemail is a tweet.
What is this?
Is this a real...
I believe
at Young Based God G, at Real Donald Trump, your dad gives good brain, damn.
Okay, that's a message from Young Based God. He's quoting it to him.
Yeah,
and he just says it's called genes. Well,
I mean, I get it. I get the joke. Yeah.
Well.
Is giving good brain like giving good head? Is that what that means?
Sure, whatever.
Sexual. Okay. Next one is called. Wait, no. Well, there's it's an Imgur link. Okay, but there is a voicemail attached, so let's listen to that real quick. 3, 2, 1, go.
You guys always complain about Twitter, but I actually love it. It's really easy.
Okay.
I also love it.
Well,
I'm sad about it going.
I
say it going when it's still here, but you know.
I don't know if I really love it, but I mean, sure.
I appreciate the value that it has, even though it sucks a lot of the time.
Okay, so this image is this should have been obvious, but this is how to make Twitter a good experience for you. Okay. Follow accounts worthy of your time. Never enter the recommendeds, yeah. Never browse the timeline. enable this on which you like, sends to you a timeline which only your Belled accounts.
Yeah, I mean, I
Okay,
agree.
so
this is basically what I do.
Honestly, I mean, I'm on Twitter to see shitty political takes and get mad at them. Like, I understand that. I understand why someone wouldn't do that, but like, I think I would get bored of Twitter if I was just like looking at art. I got better things to do.
Look at that. Who's that? Who is she?
It's bone
with the
I don't care.
with the
I don't care who she is. She can just be herself on her own damn time. No need to drag me into it. Bonus goth Ben. Bigger nose piercings.
Oh, the line around your eye is bigger because eyeshadow, mascara, whatever.
Cool. Goth Ben should make a comeback, I think.
Yeah.
There's a YouTuber whose thing is calls himself like a goth gamer. Honestly, he doesn't really seem very goth, other than that his logo is a little bit gothy, and like he's what's his name? Grimbeard. His name is Grimbeard. I've enjoyed a couple of his videos. He seems pretty good. I don't really get the goth thing, but whatever. Maybe if I saw him in real life, I would get it. Okay, anyway, next one is the voicemail. It's called Discuss. The voicemail attached is just a pained moan, so whatever.
It's types of pasta.
Types of pasta.
You got spaghetti, lasagna, vermicelli, macaroni. I've not heard of bigoli. That's funny. It's just sort of thick spaghetti.
Bigol. I never heard of that. I saw a tweet. I think it was a comic. I think it was from. I don't remember. It was some big-ish comic account, and they were like, it was a comic that was like a dad was trying to get his kid to eat pasta, and the pasta was like the kid was like, I don't want spaghetti, I want macaroni, and the dad said it's the same thing in a different shape. And then the Italian police busted down his door and held him down. And they were gonna beat the shit out of him. You know. You know how it goes.
I've eaten a lot of these. I really like conchigli, the conch one.
Which one's?
Looks like a shell. It's quite big.
Yeah.
And it's sort of the only thing that's bad about them is that they can sometimes get stuck within one of the others, and so you have to sort of separate them to get the sauce in. But they're really nice.
Well, let me see. I'm gonna mark all the ones that I have not eaten.
Yeah, let me. I'll also do that. What the hell is Canada?
I mean, okay. Some of these look similar enough that I feel like I should be able to say I've eaten, even though I technically have not.
Well, the whole point is that they're the same thing, but they just have a different texture. So, I would say,
like, what is the difference? What exactly is the difference between ditalini and rigatoni? Is that one's got ridges?
Ditalini. Where is it? Where the hell's ditalini?
Ditalini is on the bottom row. Toward the
that's
left.
like a hula hoop. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the rigatoni is like
they look the same, except one's just got ridges on them.
Wait, is that a shortened rigatoni? Aren't they usually longer than that? Or is that penne?
No, I think that's ziti or penne.
I haven't had.
But other than that, they're the same.
Corsetti looks like a medallion. That looks interesting.
Like what? How would I know? How would I know the difference between if I was eating stringozzi versus fettuccine? Like, they look the fucking same. They're the fucking same.
Because fettuccine is like flat. Stringozzi is so much different.
It just looks like fettuccine, but a little bit thinner.
No, fettuccine is similar to tagliatelle, but they're also different. I've had both. You don't have enough pasta, Ben.
I've actually.
You need more.
I actually think I've. Wait a minute.
Haven't had.
I think I've had orzo. I've had orzo, but only in the context of, rice pilaf.
Is that what that is? Hang on.
Is that very so? Small? I think it. Yes, I think rice pilaf. It has the rice and it has the little pieces of pasta, and I think that's orzo.
Okay.
So I'm going to say I technically have had that one.
I think, yeah, same. I feel like I've
Alright,
had
I'm just gonna go
echini di pepe in like a fucking airplane meal.
You know what? I think I actually have had most of these. Here's my list.
Pavete,
If it'll freaking load.
Pavete, I'm not sure that I've had. I really like gemili. It's like fusilli, but it's chewier, I guess. I don't know why. I don't know how it does that. Maybe I just cooked it al dente or something.
I made my own ravioli one time. It was quite difficult.
Yes. I've never bothered trying to make a pasta myself. I guess ravioli is the... You don't need a pasta machine, kind of? Or do you? You sort of, like, hand squish it. Okay, I think this is...
I know I've seen some of these before. I'm assuming that any of these that like look similar to something I've eaten, that I've eaten them. Like, I don't know if I've specifically had barbine before, but like I look at it, like I get it. I'm like pretty sure I've had something very similar.
The Italian
to that.
police are coming. They're knocking on your door right now.
Yeah, I think so.
Fileja, or however you say these things. I like that. I know I've had that before. Well, they got in Asia. They just got rice. They can't turn their rice into funny shapes. Get out of here.
No more Italian.
No more.
Next one is called Megaman 1 exclamation point 1 exclamation point exclamation point 3 2 1 go.
I cannot believe that Ben Saint forgot to draw the one line that's so important, which connects the fact that, spoiler alert, Dr. Wily did in fact create Zero. What a...
Oh, it's another line line hater.
I don't know what I was thinking. I don't know what's even the point of the board if I'm not going to draw the line from Wily to Zero.
It really ruins everything. You should start over.
It literally ruins everything. Literally, it just invalidates the entire concept. It's so stupid. Did I mention last week that I was thinking I should try to raffle off the? I think I did.
Yeah, you did mention it.
What if I tried to sell the paper on eBay? That'd be really funny.
But then they'd be mad that the line isn't written. But you can't like edit it because it wouldn't be in the video. You'd invalidate it.
I would ask. I mean, if they wanted me to draw the line on it, I would happily do that. If they wanted it as it was in the video, that would be okay too. Actually, but I might have drawn the line on after the fact. Did I dream that? I don't know.
Having a dream, like you got the comment, you realized you forgot the line, and then in your dreams you have to fix the problem.
I specifically call attention to the fact that I didn't draw the line in the video, so I that's why people are commenting about it. It's because I said, please don't make fun of me for it. But they didn't listen. Next one is called... Where was I? El Piso from Megaman at reploidsontheweb.gov. 3, 2, 1, go.
So I've just listened to the new Megaman lecture by Ben Saint, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. However, I cannot believe that people would simply paint El Piso as a pure villain with no good ideas. Because, like, the absolute naivete involved in saying, on the other hand, like, oh no, we'll just give them the new energy source, and then everything will be hunky-dory. Like, bro, the inherent racism and like dehumanization involved in the first place thinking of Reploids as completely disposable in the face of an energy crisis is like not gonna go away if you offer them exactly what they want and need. Like, that's just gonna make you seem like even more of a fucking tool, like a complete cuck that is just gonna get rolled over and the next time there's an emergency. El Piso was fucking right.
I think, yeah, El Piso is the villain of that game, but he's not really a villain until the baby elves drive him insane. So I agree. El Piso had a point, even though it didn't work out. His efforts failed. Yeah, I'm team El Piso.
El Piso sounds like a pasta.
It does. I think it's Greek, or I think it's derived from a Greek word. What else was I going to say about that? I mean, I guess maybe under Copy X, if there was no energy crisis, I mean, maybe the worst of the robot apartheid would have abated. I mean, obviously, once Vile was back, there was no fixing that situation. It definitely would have fixed. Maybe there was a time when it might have somewhat improved the situation to give them the seal system, but by the time they actually had it, that time was definitely past. Next one. Actually, in 02, Harpuya is the head of the government. So and Harpuya is a good guy. He's like a reasonable guy. Maybe Harpuya could have been reasoned with. So at the time when Operation Righteous Strike was happening, maybe CL, that was like the time when it was like most likely that CL would have been right. So in that light, maybe. Okay, anyway. Next one is called XOOOX 321 go.
If Nate were in this episode, what would the title and thumbnail be?
I don't fucking know. What the fuck kind of question is that?
It'll be the same, but with the word Nate somewhere in the title.
I don't even know what the title is going to be as it is. Eleazar comes up with those later. So
Megaman Marathon discussion. No, that sucks.
It would be called Losing Our Virginity with Megaman.
Losing our minds.
Yeah.
That's just the show.
Okay. Next one is called Ben's Weekly Reminder, play Deltarune Chapter 2. Okay. Ben's Weekly Reminder to keep up to date with One Piece. Okay, there wasn't a new episode, or there wasn't a new chapter this week.
No, well, there was, but it
was last week?
Yeah, we did it last week, I think.
Yeah.
I can't find another one.
On the website that I was looking at last week, the one that we reviewed last week came out like that morning or the night before the episode. So, yeah, this week, between then and now, there was not a new one that dropped. Otherwise, we would discuss it.
It's probably out by the time you're listening to this, which is
probably
that's just how it's going to be.
Don't they usually drop in like the middle of the week?
I think it's generally been Wednesday, but like I don't know, like what's the official thing? The official thing on Viz is different from how quickly some of the scanners can get the scans early. So it's like generally been Wednesday, but I don't actually know.
Maybe there was like an early leak of the last chapter or something.
Perhaps.
But anyway, yeah, I'm up to date. I'm staying up to date. Next one is called AIOU, I guess.io. 3, 2, 1, go.
I need to know your opinion on tapas.io. Is a comic website.
Tapas.
I was pretending to put my shit on it in years, I don't know. But did you never mention it because it is cringe, or you never heard of it? Should I keep away?
I
don't like it. I've never had any success posting there.
Neither have I. It's just it's fine. I think it's just sort of like not really a site I go to read things. I don't know. It's nothing too much to complain about. I just got like tired, posting a chapter of a thing on one like webtoon and my website and Tapas, and I'm like, oh fuck it, it's too many things. I'd rather do nothing at all. I'd post to my website and then link that in social media, and that works fine.
I never got any like views posting stuff that I drew to Tapas or to Webtoon. Mary says Mary loves Webtoon, But I mean, Mary, I don't know, for whatever reason, Mary gets like 1 billion views on Webtoon, and like I post my shit and it gets like 8 views and maybe a comment if I'm really lucky.
It's
so like I don't know, it just doesn't feel I never get anything out of it.
I feel like the Webtoon crowd similar enough to the Tapas crowd is just the sort of thing that Merryweather's comics fit very nicely into. There's a lot of anime stuff. There's a lot of emotional.
I think he likes it because it's easier to monetize than like posting on Twitter. So I think like for him it's like a moneymaker, but for me it's not. So
yeah.
That's how I feel about Webtoon. Next and Tapas. Next one is called Billionaire Man. It's a Vokaroo link, so let me just get that. 3, 2, 1, go.
Billionaire man with briefcase walks down the street. He slips in a communist puddle. He drops briefcase. All the money glitters out. He screams, "Oh no! My billions reduced to millions." He tries to grab up the money. He screams, "Ah!" He is so busy he does not see little girl walking down the street. She slips in a communist puddle and falls into the street. A communist car is on the beat.
No.
"Save me, billionaire man," screams the girl, but he does not listen. "I'm sorry. I cannot save you, little girl. I am too busy saving money."
This is so sad. I'm crying right now.
If only there was anything anyone could have done. It's just... I get it, though. You know, he worked really hard for that money.
It's funny how, like, even with all of the voice stuff, I can easily tell it's Oblivion 4.
Yeah.
I know his voice too
pretty
much.
Bad. Yeah, I'm pretty bad at identifying voices, but I could, you know, I don't think there's much attempt to hide it, but I mean, it was just Oblivion Fall, you rascal.
Check the next voicemail. I think it is a visual image of this one we just listened to.
Oh, all right. Let's see about that. Oh no!
Is
that me?
It's you.
I'm the communist car.
You're in the communist car.
Oh my god! I'm so. What are all these trucks? I
mean, I could imagine that it's a reference to the truck punchline from Germa and Star videos.
But I have no idea about that.
It's a thing where Germa and Star would play GTA 4 and they would make videos.
Who's Star?
Star is a video person, funny gamer, YouTuber. They used to make TF2 stuff. Now they stream a lot.
Okay.
They do D&D stuff now. But like he had a truck punchline. He would spawn in so many trucks that it would crash the game or it would make things run really slow. And the joke wasn't that the trucks were funny, it was that he would always ruin like the setup that Germa was trying to do for a different joke, and then he would just like spawn in a bunch of trucks. It's like, no, not the fucking the truck punchline again. You're always doing that. You're ruining this fucking video. No.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's what this is. I can't really tell.
I mean, why else is there trucks coming down?
I think maybe it's just because like there was one crash, and then there was just like crash after crash after crash. Just like a bunch more trucks just come smash from the sky.
Communist trucks from the communist sky.
your woke sky. You're under your woke, these communist trucks under your woke sky.
They're delivering pronouns.
Nate seems to be having a good time tripping over all his money. No, my billions reduced to millions. Sad.
It's a lot of billions
Sad.
That you're losing if it was reduced to millions.
Yeah, that's almost all of it. Yeah, it's almost all of it. Sad. Unless it was like reduced from 2 billion to like 900 million. It's possible. It's technically possible within the definitions we've received. Next one is called Should I? From Sorry It's Long at pcp.drugs. Let me just get that downloading. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hello, Ben. Hello, Gib.
Hello.
As someone who has
Music too loud.
known your names and heard your voice and somewhat know you through the veneer of this internet presence that you have proved for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Should I root for you to GMI in the internet space, or should I root for your downfall so you get real industry jobs and make bigger monies and change your potentially, from what I gather, somewhat unsustainable lifestyles? That probably kind of applies out actually just to them. Should I hope for your internet career to succeed, or should I just, kill you?
So the question is,
should
he knows it? Yeah.
Should he root for our downfall or for our internet career to succeed? The downfall being like implying that if we lose our internet career, then we'd be forced to get a real job, which would give us more money, hypothetically.
I mean, I'm not opposed to like a real job, but I wouldn't really want it to come on the heels of like, well, my internet career failed, so I guess I better go bark up a new tree. I would maybe hope to be like, well, my internet career is doing okay, but like there are other avenues I can maybe be pursuing at the same time, including but not limited to, more traditional work.
Yeah. I feel like personally I don't really mind as long as I can sustain myself like a bit. Like I don't need like a huge house. It'll be alright if I can get something like some building of my own. But that's like, I don't know. I don't want to live like a really boring life that I hate with a job that sucks. I'd rather be like a minorly successful artist online if it means that I get enough money to do what I like doing. Generally speaking, obviously it's good to have money.
Yeah.
And it's good to be able to afford things, but like it's the reason I stuck with art so far is because, it's not that good for making money. It actually sucks a lot. You have to be extremely lucky to be in the art field and be making it big, making money in the industry. It's not like I could guarantee that an industry job in the arts would be good for me financially. Maybe just as bad, and I'd be more upset. So I don't know. Please don't root for my downfall. I'd rather be having encouragement.
I'm assuming that this guy, maybe I'm assuming too much, but I assume that this guy likes us and he wants the best outcome for us, and he is asking what is a better outcome: success as an internet creator or failure that leads to more traditional employment. I guess it's possible. It's conceivable that like someone attempts to, make a career online, fails, and then ends up finding more traditional employment in a field that is, maybe ends up being better for them. That's possible. I mean, I guess I would say, viewer, that if you're hoping for the best outcome for us, and I don't know, like, what do I think is the best outcome for me? I mean, I guess, what do you think is the best outcome? If you think that I would do better to quit the internet and get a job, like if you think that would be a better outcome for me, then I guess you should hope for that. If what you want is the best outcome. But I mean, I don't necessarily think that's the case. So, I mean, you might disagree.
Like, I think the fact is that I know with what I can do and the opportunities I have that I'm going to be all right in the creative space. I'm not like seconds away from starving to death. I'm doing all right despite being so like small and insignificant. It obviously.
But isn't that just the human condition, though?
Yeah, yeah. Like with my skill set, like I know that even if I lose all of the subscribers and Patreon people, I can build something up and like do some good work. I know how to make good videos. I'm a good writer. I'm a good artist. I can make enough with what I have. I may never make it big. But I don't need to, really. And so I feel comfortable, I guess, in the situation I'm in. And I'm only going to get better at the art that I do when I do more of it. It's like, I don't even know what a downfall would look like unless I don't enjoy doing these things anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in this context, a downfall is you suffer a precipitous decline in a viewer's attention, whatever, Patreon revenue.
Like if all of my savings are gone and I have to make money immediately, and all of my subscribers are gone, I have no it's probably a bad idea to do that. I would have to get a little job to build up like a being alive fund so that I could maybe get back into it. Like my skills don't deteriorate that quickly. As long as I'm still enjoying it, it'll be easy to keep going.
I guess I feel like, I have a skill set. I have some things that I'm good at. I get nervous sometimes. I don't know, because I don't feel like I can confidently say like, oh yeah, I'll be okay. Like I could get a job wherever. I don't know if that's true.
Well, I don't know that I could get a job. I'm saying I could make art and post it online and gain followers again if I lose them all, because I'm good at stuff.
Honestly, I don't know. I think I've said this before. I think I might like to try at some point, maybe in the not too distant future, to see if I can get some sort of like work on like more traditional work on some kind of team or studio or project or something. Just be part of like a creative team doing something. I think that would be pretty cool. And yeah. I don't know what it would be, but I'm nervous. And the thought makes me nervous because like, what if I try to do that and it's just like, well, you're just a complete hack. Like you have no skills. You have no skills that could be.
You
employed.
Overestimate what people in regular jobs have as skill levels.
But I don't want a regular job. I want a creative job.
Well, I mean, even regular creative jobs. Like people, my brother knows this because he went to uni for game development with a lot of people who are like dumb as shit. And the only thing they're good at is talking themselves into business opportunities. They don't know how to code, even though they purport to do that. They don't know that like they have no creative bone in their body, but they're like a creative director for some studio and something. It's like they just walk their way in, they talk their way in, and they suck. You don't need, and like my brother Charlie, is like very, very talented, but he didn't have that sort of social, like, yeah, I'm just gonna walk in like I own the place. And so he's more stuck to like indie stuff rather than getting an industry job, which sucks because people in the industry need him because he's really talented. But like being in the industry doesn't mean that you're like necessarily good at anything. So you would have no problem with the skill set you have getting a job at a creative like industry profession thing. Because
I mean,
it's not as
I hope
like
that's true.
It's not as like cutthroat everywhere as you may imagine.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I don't know. I've thought about it a lot, but I still have no idea like what that's actually going to look like if I even try to do it. I don't know. I just want to be part of a team. I want to be part of a club. I want to be part of a little crew, you know?
A motley crew.
A little motley crew doing work on a thing and making a thing. That's the dream. Okay, I think we've answered that question thoroughly.
Yes.
Next one is called Kringus Bingus. Viewer discretion advised. 3, 2, 1, go.
What's up, PCP? It's me, Kringus Bingus, the third version. This week I watched the Inside Job. I binged it, actually. It was real good. I hope it doesn't get canceled. And I cringed at Ben's videos. Kind of meager viewership.
No.
I hope it gets better. Bye, Kringus Bingus, signing out.
I mean, you sent this email yesterday. You sent this voicemail yesterday.
Yeah, didn't it have like 85K?
By yesterday, I was hitting like 75, 80K views. That's not bad. That's not meager. That's not meager.
It's doing a lot better than I thought it would. Like, I feel I definitely underestimated the Mega Man fan clamoring for something like this.
I did not. I was not counting on it to be like an immediate hit, an immediately thing that people in the Mega Man fandom were talking about. That is something I hoped for, but I didn't like expect. I kind of expected that it would like underperform compared to my previous videos because I didn't have, because I didn't have like, dumb shits with a bunch of dumb shit followers, like Trixie to be like, duh, this thing is good. And then a bunch of, morons go like, I guess it's genius. It's genius. I didn't have that. So, I knew it was going to be a huge failure. Wrong. It's fine, actually. Yeah, it's outperforming. I mean, it's getting like, I don't know if this is going to continue, but it's getting about like 20K views a day. So
does a view count if I come back to it like a day later to continue watching? Does that count as a second view?
I don't think so. I'm actually not sure. About that.
Because I know that you can watch a video multiple times and it counts as multiple views. But not.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
but if you it saves your place and then you pick it back up. Does it count as multiple?
I'm not sure.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that either.
Like fucking what was it, Gangnam Style? Just gets replayed and replayed, and it became like the first billion view video.
Right.
It's not like 1 billion people clicked on that link.
People have seen it. Yeah.
Even though I'm pretty sure 1 billion people did hear it, but from like radio,
but they
didn't personally go to YouTube to listen to it. They just know about it.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. But I mean, yeah, I told myself when I launched it, I was like, as long as it doesn't get if it gets less than 100K, then I'll be embarrassed. I'll consider it a failure. But it's like ever.
And now you're not allowed to be embarrassed about it.
No, I feel okay. I'm embarrassed that I didn't draw the line. I'm embarrassed that everyone keeps saying, "Oh, he's doing the Tim Rogers thing. Oh, he's acting like Tim Rogers." Like, no, I'm not. Not really. Just because I did that gay little thing with my voice a couple of times doesn't mean that I'm Tim Roger. What else am I embarrassed? What else am I embarrassed about? I'm embarrassed about how my hair looks at many points, but that's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot you shaved. I keep seeing the video of you talking about Mega Man. I'm like, that's Ben currently, but no,
not anymore. That Ben is dead. That Ben died before he even got a chance.
That Ben died before he even lived.
That Ben is like the light of a distant star, whose light from millennia ago is only now reaching the Earth to be seen in our telescopes. It's exactly like that. But anyway, the video is doing it is. When it started, it was doing better. It was doing not as well as the Chris Chan 102, because Chris Chan 102 came out like right when Chris Chan was like making the news, because like, oh god, the shit's gone down.
Yeah,
fucking sexual assault, incest charges. She's going to jail. Like, this is the most fucked up thing. So that was big. So Chris Chan 102 got a big bump right at the start, and then Kokoro Wish had a pretty slow start, but actually Kokoro Wish has actually had more sustained viewership, and actually Kokoro Wish has more viewers now than Chris Chan 102 did, which is nice, because I think that's a better it's my favorite lectures, the Kokoro Wish one. And then this one was performing a little bit better than Kokoro Wish did on launch, but worse than the Chris Chan. And I was like, okay, that's a good sign. It's definitely gonna hit 100K. It's not gonna be a problem. Maybe in a month or two it'll hit 100K. And then it started to pick up around like day 3, and now it's at almost 110. Because it just keeps getting like 1,000 views an hour or something for the last couple days. So I think it might be starting to not like go down, but like it's not increasing as fast. So I think it might be starting to peak in terms of momentum, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm very happy with it. It's definitely outperformed my expectations. I've gotten a few new patrons, not like a huge deluge of them, but I mean, I'm hoping that a lot more people will see it, and maybe some more will pledge. So that's nice.
Yeah.
If I can get my goal of getting 100 patrons, that will be. I will not be quite at the pledge amount that I was back in like 2017 when my Patreon was at its highest, but it'll be like close. That'll probably bring me to like $400 a month, which is like close to what I was when I was peaking. So that's my goal for the moment. And maybe I'll just do yeah. Okay, next voicemail. It's from Prince Isolation, and it looks like it's 2 images.
There's a audio in the voicemail as well.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Let's listen to that. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
How I predict Vinny's comic will end. It's so emotional, guys. I swear to God. It's so fucking... the culmination of things.
So it's the images is of you and me from Vinny's comic.
Culmination of things!
Culmination of things! Oh my god, I never wanted it to end like this, Ben. I'm crying. I got my guitar.
Oh, that's so... Prince is such a good artist.
Yeah, a big old red man. Gibbon the Amazing Red Man stand. If you need a music reference, just call him Big Iron.
These are just single images, right?
Yeah.
These aren't full albums?
Yeah, just a single.
Okay.
And it's you. What's
never
been
wanted
going on?
To end like this. I never found. I'm sure you didn't. So cool.
Why am I crying about this and you're the one getting beaten up? Am I killing you? Why am I killing you?
I think we're fighting each other. I think the implication is that we have to fight each other.
Oh no!
And I got you knocked my tooth out.
I knocked your tooth out,
What
just
the
like
fuck?
Equius.
What the fuck? Why would you do that, Gib?
Well, I mean,
How could you do? How could you do this to me? Why would you
Easy.
do
I
such a
just
thing?
hit you with my guitar really hard. That's how I could do it.
Yeah, actually that makes a lot of sense. That is how it would happen, isn't it? What was I saying? Oh, I was saying I tried to find the enemy sprites from Clash of Demon Head because there are the little red man faces walking around, and I couldn't find them.
Nowhere?
I could not find enemy sprites from that game. I googled around looking at sprite sheets, and I didn't. They might be out there somewhere, but I wasn't able to find them very easily, and I eventually gave up. I don't know.
I guess I'll have to play the game.
It's just a funny little red, little smiley face, little red oval man on little feet. It's like a little baby red man. Like he budded off into a little head that walks around.
The
next one.
The next two, I think, are the same images, but it's at justincase@hotmail.com.
Oh, maybe he thought that they would get cut off. Yeah.
Yeah. We saw.
And then the next one is called BTWs, and it's also from Prince Isolation. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
By the way, I just want to say I really do appreciate Vinny's comics.
And
I think that they're cool in their own way. And I like listening to you guys read out the comics in your individual voices and reacting to it. It's a fun segment of the podcast. And I hope Vinny keeps doing it. Okay, bye.
Yeah, I like this segment. I like the Vinny comics.
I also hope I enjoy these every week. It's impressive that there's more every week. That it's been such a consistent segment for this long, and I enjoy it. Yeah, I enjoy it definitely. All right, I saw a funny at Ben in that Sonic Imgur album last week. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, but in that Imgur album with the Vats of Slime and Sonic, there were links in the description of some of those images that of different Vats, and there's something really funny in the very last one.
A funny at Ben? I don't know what they mean.
I don't really understand what he means, but all right, I'm scrolling back. Okay. Oh yeah, I see. There is a link here under the desert slime. There's a link to.
Oh wait, we didn't see that.
Slime in the sky. Oh, and then under that, there's a link to
Cave Slime Vats. I mean,
do you remember my dream about the slime cave? Do you remember that episode where I talked about my slime cave dream?
No.
You really don't? Didn't someone... And there was a song, and my dream had a song in it?
Oh.
And I sang it?
I forget what you talked about, but yeah, I remember there was a funny dream you had.
Dreamed about being in a slime cave, like a cave that just had slime in it with a bunch of, people, villagers, or just, random people from around, and we were all, trying to solve puzzles together.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, he says, if you want it back, Ben Saint, you'll have to outspeed Sonic the Hedgehog with your wits. Until next time, sayonara. What?
Sonic has fished around...
Oh, he's got a scroll. Oh, he's holding a scroll. P.S. The pre-order gift is those brown glove and boots. You can customize the way what you wear in the games. I've been playing, and it's actually a good Sonic game as far as the gameplay feels. Okay. So Sonic, he fished up the scroll.
You got the Kawasaki scroll.
Why is the bottom black?
Those leather boots do not suit him at all.
No, but they do suit the photorealistic fish.
There's fish? I don't see fish.
Oh well, haven't you seen the screenshots from Sonic Frontiers of him fishing up photorealistic fish?
No, I guess not.
That's just he fishes up fish that look way too realistic for him.
Sonic's the name. Fish is my game.
That's true. Okay, I have the Vinny comic loaded now.
All right, Vinny comic.
Okay, so they're kissing. They're making out.
They're made out.
What? Oh no, it's you.
Moi. Oh what? No, I wasn't done. She's turning into water, fizzling to nothingness.
Good job defeating Vriska Give and Take. Your fortitude is strong. But can the same be said of Ben Saint? Tron Bon, get him.
I didn't draw it, but Ben. Wait, there's a little text underneath. I didn't draw it, but I imagine Give and Take really just Frenching Vriska, like back in the throat deep.
That was that was quite clear from the. Hello, Ben Saint. It's I, your Reploid wife who Okay, first of all, she's a carbon. It's not even close to the same thing. Come here, Ben Saint, and screw me. Excuse me? I need you lol, okay, hi. Excuse me? I need you to screw my plate back on. Oh, okay. Your crotch plate, that is, right? Uh-huh. I need your hands on me. All right. That's so what I would say. I love this. I have this one screwdriver of mine. I used to fix up my vape mod when I need to. Oh ho ho! Look at you, Ben Saint. Come, look, she's so evil. Why is her hand purple?
I think
she's a glove.
Oh yeah,
it's a purple glove.
Look at that fucking gum. The teeth, just
why did she
so
say,
evil.
Oh god, dang it! It's so small. Oh, it's a tiny little screwdriver.
It's a tiny little screwdriver.
Here I come. Hey, here I come, my heart sweet. Oh yeah.
My heart sweet.
Step, step, step. Step, 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 step. You're getting farther away. No, I'm just taken aback by you, Ben Saint. Kiss, kiss, smooch, smooch. Wow, he stinks. Jeez. No, I'm supposed to fuck Ben Saint, but he's so repulsive. Fizz, pop, boing, boing, boop, 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 boop. Oh, it's like a Mega Man, like Robot Master death explosion. Bloop, 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 bloop.
I get it.
That's fine. I didn't want to smooch an enemy stand replica of Tron Bond anyway.
He got a little tear.
Oh, I see.
You're crying.
I'm crying. Herc! Good job defeating Tron Bond, Ben Saint.
Listen to me, you son of a bitch. You had that Vriska stand thing, and if you told me sooner
to do battle.
Oh, told me sooner to do battle, I would have. If I knew kissing her would have killed her, I'd have avoided... What?
Yeah, I think he's saying I'd have avoided...
I'd avoided kissing her to kill her. I mean, that's true. I'm very sad that she's died in... Oh my god, what's happening now?
And then drops to knee... What? Mega Man charging sound effect.
Am I doing a Mega Man charge slap on the wrist?
You do a Mega Man charge slap on the butt.
over my knee. This is like I'm I'm spanking her. Spanking her to punish her for having Vriska die immediately. I mean, this is true. This is what I would do in response.
A reverberated slap and anime girl wow sound. You know the one. Falia defeated. You've still got your hand in the slap position. Oh, hey, yeah, so Oblivion Fall does this thing where he sends women at me to mess with me, and this was just that again.
Friska.
Yeah, sorry, Gib. Maybe he'll send another one. This is the PCP cinematic universe. The Vinny PCP verse. I don't know how you would say it.
Why? It's just such an absurd concept of Oblivion Fall sending women to mess with Ben Saint, and it happens often.
Wait. It's 2. Oh my god, it's 2 already. It's time for me to drink my coffee. It's time for me to drink more coffee. I'm losing it. My mind, that is.
Okay, this is another page. Ben.
Right. Yeah.
If I see Oblivion Fall or another girl he sends, I won't hold back on it.
You held back? Jeez, alright.
Let's go.
You holding back? Just immediately just... Okay, so we're walking into the darkness. Look at you! Look, you just look like Pinkie Pie.
I do. Like a little...
like Pinkie Pie.
I like the strides. Some good strides here. Enter the darkness of Ben Saint's dwelling.
Here Here we are, Casa de la Bensane. Yeah, that's what I call it.
Your home is made of cardboard boxes?
Yeah, my landlord is a cheap ass. Instead of just ordering siding, she bought a handful of things on Amazon just to keep the boxes and packaging for what you see here. She saved money this way.
Bizarre.
Oh no, that upsets me because it reminds me that I got texted by my ex-landlord yesterday and she wants me to pay a bunch of fees that don't make any sense. I gotta fight her about it. But I'll worry about that later.
She wants you to pay fees?
She wants me my fee. She wants me to pay $250 for damages that I didn't do. She wants me to pay a cleaning bill, which seems like bullshit to me. That one's like debatable. And then she wants me to pay $500 in late fees for paying rent late, which like a late fee is not like an egregious thing. Like technically she's allowed to charge a late fee, but you can't charge. That's like most of my rent. And that's outlandish. So I don't know. Anyway, I have to fucking argue with her about that later. Now I'm dreading looking at my phone because I know I'm going to have a text back from her.
Dang.
Because I sent her messages telling her to fuck off with that shit, and she's probably gonna send me a bunch of crap. But I'm not gonna think about it. I'm not going to think about it. Anyway,
think about the comic instead.
Yes.
Last page.
Hey there. This is my last stop of the day. I was waiting here for somebody to sign for this package. Oh wait, first I said, "Oh my fucking god." I'm a resident.
Oh, it's a UPS driver.
Yeah. Great. The package is for a bowling ball saint. It's Ben Saint, but yeah, okay. Sign here on the electronic pad. Oh fucking K. It wasn't as cohesive as I'd like, but the idea comes through well enough. I hope a delivery truck is waiting in the darkness and gives Ben yet another thing to deal with. I'm so sad to receive this bowling ball.
What is this bowling ball for?
It's just such a burden.
Yeah, I'm sort of like looking sheepishly over your shoulder.
This is just like just like in Albuquerque when Weird Al was in that plane crash and then he had to drag along his big leather suitcase and his garment bag and his 12-pound bowling ball and his Lucky autographed glow-in-the-dark snorkel. And I think I might have missed a thing on that list, but you get the idea. The bowling ball. Damn, what will happen next? Tune in next time. This is
really involved. This is really like a big project.
It's really involved. It's a big project, and it's just it's remarkable.
I like how much it's grown.
It's remarkable and it's commendable that there's more of these every single week. It's crazy.
Like the scratchy sort of like darkness around your house is so cool.
Vinny, I think you should invest in like a drawing tablet of some kind, and I think you should try drawing digitally, because I used to scribble stuff on like a notepad, and you know, it sucked. And I improved. My pieces improved a lot when I just had a freaking canvas in Manga Studio or whatever to draw on, and I had layers to work with. I think you should do that. I think you would not regret it. Yeah.
The slap and then me just somberly with my hand in the position. It's just really funny for some reason.
Yeah.
In the next panel, like
so serious. Yeah. The head down, eyes shrouded, and I'm just walking, just like, oh yeah. You know, this happens all the time.
Wait, you have a guitar and I have a guitar on my back.
I think. Oh, yeah. Why do I have a guitar?
When?
Wait, I'm holding a guitar at the beginning. I think did you just have two and you gave me one?
Perhaps.
Was one of them like a ukulele?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. All right. Next one is called where was I?
Lingering Mega Man questions.
Lingering Mega Man questions. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go.
Now that Ben's experienced all the relevant Mega Man games, I want to know, who is your favorite boss character? What is your favorite music? And what game overall is your favorite game? For me, I like Cyber Peacock from Mega Man X4. I like the music from X's intro stage in Mega Man X4, and overall, I like Mega Man X4. Yep, it's me, the new fan favorite PCP voicemail character, guy who likes Mega Man X4.
Guy who likes Mega Man X4. Damn. I mean, it's really hard because there's so many of them. I think Strike Man is pretty cool. I think Ring Man is pretty cool. I'm trying to think of Mavericks. My favorite Mavericks would probably have to be... Oh, there's so many of them.
I like Cutman because of Kung Fu Cutman.
Is that from like the cartoon?
Yeah, he says, "Let's see how you do against Kung Fu Cutman."
I like offbeat choice. I think Pegasolta Eclair from Mega Man 04 is pretty cool. I like him a lot. Phoenix Magneon is very cool. These are 04. These are 0 picks on 02. My favorite game would probably have to be 03. 03 or 4. Probably 0. I mean, I think 3 is better. Yeah, I could spend all day. I mean, there's way too many bosses across the whole series to even think about. Yeah, let's see 03 and Pegasolta Eclair. Those are the first ones that jump to mind. I think I think he's awesome. Okay. Next one is called... Well, it's an imager. Okay, let's see.
I don't think we can show this one.
Uh-oh. Okay.
But I think the next one...
It's the fuck... Would we get in trouble for showing that?
I don't know.
I think it would be fine, probably. Okay, the next one. It's the person of color.
If the previous picture gets your channel demonetized, use this instead, smiley face. Why is the Kirby shirt still desaturated?
Oh, I didn't scroll. I didn't scroll all the way to the side to see that it's the fucking black. Okay.
Oh, is it?
I missed that part. It was too zoomed in. Okay. It's the person of color and the Coomer smile.
Coomer smile and the flowers.
Very
I don't know
nice.
why the hat.
Is that the Queen's hat?
Queen had many hats.
The only person
sort of like a royal sort of fancy hat thing.
The only person I can think of I've ever seen wear a hat like that is Queen Elizabeth. In like modern real life. Okay,
well,
next one. Huh? Duh. Well, okay, thanks for getting our channel demonetized. Lol. Next one is called... Well, it's a Vokaroo link. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ben and Gib happy? What the fuck? No!
I guess we were happy last episode.
I was in a pretty good mood. I was in a really terrible mood after the video launched. I felt really I felt really like bad. I felt like the video was doing just okay, but not great, and I was like, really? I spent all that effort on like just like an okay outcome. It's like what a waste. Like I told myself I was going to be happy as long as it hit 100K views, but I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, it'll probably hit 100K. But I wasn't really happy about it. I don't know. And I guess I was just like, oh, even if the video does okay, have I really like accomplished anything? Like has my lot in life improved at all, or is this just a meaningless gesture? I guess was my thinking. I don't know. Yeah,
the answer is yes.
Yeah, the answer is yeah. Obviously, the answer is yes. I was just very wrapped up in a very negative thinking about it and about life and about my career and all that stuff. Yeah. After the premiere ended, and I was just like, well, That was it. Yeah. But I'm okay now because
good that it got the views, I guess.
I mean, it was it picking up views did make me feel good, but also I think just like I kind of just like needed to go to sleep, and just like the next day I was like, okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
And then the next one, Neverpaint is typing something, but the next one is an Imgur album. So let's freaking see.
It's just a single image. It's a cat.
Is it just a single image?
4 doubloons.
That's 278 boodles in today's economy.
That's
539 genders in today's economy. Wow. Good
true.
to know.
I like the cat. It's a cute cat. Why is he doing that? Oh, that's his like back leg. I know when cats do that.
Oh yeah.
They get their toe. They lick between their toes, and then they notice you looking.
Looking weird. Looking weird, my dude. Neverpaint says in chat, 4.5 hours recording. Hype.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean for it to be this long. It was an accident.
It was an accident.
I am extremely hungry. I'm starving.
I am as well. I'm going to eat 1 million burgers.
I'm going to eat probably 1/4 of a pizza. Maybe, no. Half of a pizza.
Yeah. Go
I'm gonna
fucking
go
nuts
crazy
over here.
Go crazy. Eat half of that pizza. It's the half of the Kirkland cauliflower crust pizza that Lauren on Twitter recommended me, and then she got banned. She got banned for nothing. She was a great poster. Banned for literally nothing.
Elon just be banning people who say billionaires are stinky.
It was something like that. It was literally just like I don't even remember what about it got banned because I read it and there was nothing bannable about it at all. It's literally just Elon is just a little pissy crybaby. Okay. Anyway, another fallen soldier. Well, that's the last voicemail. Unless we got any more. Let me refresh the page. Well, that's the end of the podcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, you got nothing. Patreon.com
slash the Procrastinators for like 50-something bonus episodes. Let me just remind you that there is a enormous glut of back bonus content on the Patreon. If you pledge $5, you will receive access to all of it. And I know I've been saying this for a while, but we really should record a new bonus episode soon. Although I'll have to think of what we should do for it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Check out my Itaku if you want to see not safe for work drawings. That's what I've been doing recently, and I think they're pretty good, some of them. I'm also probably going to try and do some more streaming by the end of the year. Because I feel like that would be fun. I feel like that'd be nice. I need some nice fun things going on.
Based. I'll just say check out Twitch on Reploid Revo.
Oh yes,
if you like Megaman lore,
not on Twitch, on YouTube.
No, his OC's. If that wasn't clear, his OC's name is Twitch. His Reploid character is named Twitch.
Does that predate the website Twitch? Probably not, right? It's just a name thing.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's been doing his channel for a pretty long time, although I'm not sure if he's older than Twitch, the website. So I don't know. The OC might predate the YouTube channel. Yeah, I don't know. But he has more in-depth videos about more particular Mega Man topics if Mega Man lore is interesting, which it is, objectively speaking. All right, I'm ready to wrap it up. I'm going to go eat that half a pizza.
Hell
yeah.
I will go. I will see you later. I will have I will live my life. I don't know why I said any of that, but it's true.
It's always true. Okay, bye. That's the end of the episode. Thank you for watching. Mwah.
Mwah.